everybody to what I think is going to be quite an inspiring breakout session on diversity. Allow me, Professor David Devine, to make a few comments introducing the session, and then I will turn it over to introduce each of the panel members, who are each authorities in their own right. But first of all, I'd like to emphasize that this breakout session is a conversation, almost a beginning conversation, where we're talking about how we relate to each other and how we see ourselves as well. And what we're doing is facing and actively working with difference, both as individuals, exploring ourselves in what makes us the unique, special people we all are, and at the same time, exploring in our contact and connection with others, which is the core of this particular conversation. And this is a conversation with no boundaries. And such discussions about connections sought with others who live, act, speak, use signs and images, dress, think, act so differently to ourselves. Such a conversation carries some risk, almost like walking on eggshells and trying not to crack any whilst we walk. So the conversations at times can be very difficult when we're talking about difference. They're very sensitive, and each person has to take their own time to manage such conversations. So when seeking to connect with others on sensitive areas relating to ourselves, our bodies, our thoughts, how we were brought up, what areas of our past influenced how we think, act, how we change, and do we want to change, there is this risk of breaking eggshells whilst we converse. Risk in the sense of sharing ourselves with others opens us up to outside inspection and interpretation that may not be to our liking. And therefore, to maximize the prospects of connection with each other, there needs to be some ground rules in terms of creating what I term safe spaces to talk within. And such spaces allow us to have a chance to expose our thinking and actions, our vulnerabilities, areas where our knowledge and experience is limited, areas where we wish to seek further knowledge and experience. And in such spaces, there is a commitment from each of the participants to acknowledge each other's contribution without critical judgment, because that leads to a shutdown in connection. So the object of the safe spaces, such as this one, is to hear each other and learn from each other and potentially change one another. Rotary is a safe space, rooted in connection, in respect, in social justice and equity and inclusivity. Our district 7820 has committed itself to having a central theme in its functioning, running through all its activities of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the district has also set up a special task force to provide guidance, support, resources, and personnel, all geared to assisting the district and its membership and beyond to move forward in this regard. Resources will start flowing from this task force in the next couple of weeks. So these differences, which inhabit our bodies, if you like, have a different color. For example, somebody who's not the same color as ourselves. And on that difference, values are placed and worth is allocated based on, for example, your color. And other alleged differences attributed to such color and the bodies, and shared external views from multiple sources, powerful sources, dominant sources about such bodies, all end up in having a profound impact on the individuals who inhabit such bodies. And that's just looking at one difference, for example, isolated from all the other differences each individual has. And we're just talking about color, for instance. So the color you are determines how you're seen, how you're valued, how you're treated, and at times whether you live or die. So talking about such impacts, such differences, how it feels to navigate through life in such bodies where there are seen to be differences with a value placed on them is a necessary activity, as is discussion about those shared powerful views held by others who feel they do not have such bodies with the same differences. So how did those views emerge? We should ask ourselves. How are they sustained? What foundations do they rest on? What supports do they have? How do we, who do not have such bodies, such differences, benefit from sharing such negative views about such differences? Sometimes we're not even aware that we hold these negative views. And so thus, conversations like this one are critically important. So I want to thank you all very, very much for being part of this conversation. And what I would like to do now is to ask our panel members to briefly introduce themselves and what key themes they're going to be addressing afterwards in their 10-minute presentation. Can I first of all ask Dr. Tavia to begin? Dr. Tavia, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, lovely.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. And good morning to you all. My name is Margaret McAfee Tavia, and I'm a lecturer at the Department of Religious Studies at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, Kumasi, Ghana. And I am also the Ghana Area Advisor for the Program for Christian-Muslim Relations in Africa, PROCMURA. And I hold a PhD in Islamic Studies and Christian-Muslim Relations. I'm glad to be here this morning. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to be speaking on the topic living and working. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tavia. Can I now pass to Reverend Michael, please?
Good morning, folks. It's good to be with you this morning. It's early on my side of the country, but it's good to be with you. I'm the Reverend Michael Blair. I'm an ordained United Church of Canada minister, currently serving in the denominational office as the Executive Minister for Church and Mission. This is the key programmatic area of the church, responsible both for global and international programs our justice and advocacy work, and our support to congregations and ministries in the Canadian context. Later this afternoon, I will be covenanted with the General Council of the United Church of Canada to assume the responsibility of General Secretary, General Counsel, a role which I'll begin on November the 1st. I'm originally from Jamaica, and my claim to fame is that my youngest son is a member of the CBC sketch comedy troupe Tall Boys. And if you haven't seen that, I would encourage you to take a look out for that. Season 2 begins in a few months. Later, I want to reflect a little bit with you on the theme of the notion of intersectionality of identities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Michael. Can I now move to Nadine for a brief introduction from her?
Thank you so much, David, and good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'd like to first acknowledge that the traditional and unceded territory in which I am located right now is the Mi'kmaq people. And so very happy to have heard Noel Millier this morning. And so I am the CEO of Dialogue New Brunswick. Dialogue New Brunswick, it is the only nonprofit organization in the province of New Brunswick that represents all residents. Our focus is social cohesion, and I am from Tracadie, New Brunswick, which is a very, well, it's considered now the second largest Francophone area in New Brunswick after Dieppe, but when I grew up, it was only, you know, a town of 3,000 people. So sense of place really shapes who I am. I am a proud mother of 2. Jeremy, 20 years old, Zoe, who is 13 and who's giving me all my gray hair, which I hide well. And I'm the wife of Richard Lemay, who is also president of our Rotary Club, who's listening in on this session. So he's upstairs, I'm downstairs. And yeah, so very community-minded Rotarian, obviously. And the topics and how I'm going to address this panel discussion is actually very similar to Reverend Michael. It is rooted in intersectionality with perspectives of social cohesion, but also I'm going to heavily focus on lived experiences and feelings. So that's me.
Thank you very much, Nadine. And now we're going to move into the presentation. Each of the panel members who have just introduced themselves are going to spend 10 minutes each talking about the themes that they've already alerted you to. So I'm going to return to Dr. Tavia. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, David. Good morning once again and greetings from Ghana. Once again, my topic is living and working together irrespective of our diversities. And let me first start by introducing the fact that the world has always been diverse, and there are diverse cultures, languages, religions, political parties, and many more. This means that one cannot live in the world without encountering the other. Therefore, there is a need to accept, respect, and live with each other. Now, the objective for this presentation is to examine various ways or means through which people live and work together irrespective of diversities. And I'll be using some cases in Africa and Ghana in particular as case studies. Now, let me quickly talk about the concept of the other. The concept of the other is what brings about diversities because we are different, and that is something we need to acknowledge. Now, the other is an individual who is perceived by a group as not belonging, as being different in some fundamental way. The group sees itself as the norm, and that is how or why they are able to judge those who do not meet the norm in any way, and that is why they are also referred. Now, the concept of diversity. The concept of diversity encompasses acceptance and respect. It means understanding that each individual is unique and recognizing that our individual differences are important. Diversity can be described along the following we could look at diversity in race, ethnicity, socio-economic status, age, physical abilities, gender, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, political beliefs.
Sorry, Margaret, you've got quite a bit of feedback happening. I muted you for a moment to check. Can you unmute yourself now? And are we supposed to be seeing your screen? Were you sharing your screen?
Okay. Are you okay?
You're good. You're good right now. Were you?
Am I good?
To share your screen? Dear, that's bad feedback. I'm not sure why. Okay, there comes your screen. Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay. Am I good?
Are you supposed to be sharing a slide?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine then. I'm not sure why, but we're getting awful feedback on you. So keep going and we'll do our best.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. All right, so I was talking about the concept of the other, that we are different and that is why we are unique. And that is why we have diversities. I was talking about the concept of diversities and I was saying that we need to acknowledge the fact that we all are unique and it's important to recognize our individual differences. So diversities could be in different ways, races in different ways. We could look at diversity in the ways we have different ethnicities, socioeconomic statuses, age, physical abilities, gender, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, political beliefs, and so many other diversities. So accepting, acknowledging, and tolerating diversities ensures a safe, positive, and nurturing environment. This calls for understanding each other and moving beyond simple tolerance to embracing and celebrating diversity contained in each individual. Now, the practice of diversity includes and involves the following. One is to understand and appreciate the interdependence of humanity, of cultures. That is, we depend on each other as humans. For example, the world is currently faced with COVID-19. We all know that. And that's why we are having this meeting on Zoom. Now, it doesn't matter where the cure comes from, whether it's from Asia, Europe, Africa, or wherever. What we are concerned about is that there should be a cure or a vaccine which should be helpful in ending the pandemic. And that's what we are concerned about. Again, the UN in its fight or quest for peace is another example of we not living separately from the fact that we need to come together as one people or in our diverse ways. So the UN in its fight or quest for peace is another example. They are fighting so that everywhere in the world we will have peace and so that development can go on. Currently, the situation in Nigeria on the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, that is SARS in Nigeria, is a concern for all humans. Although we may not be presently or physically present in Nigeria, we are all concerned as humans. And that is why we say that we need each other, despite the fact that we are diverse. The second point is practicing mutual respect for qualities and experiences that are different from our own. So, for example, if you are a Muslim and the other person is a Christian, you have to respect the person's religious beliefs and values. The third point is recognizing that personal, cultural, institutionalized, or discrimination of any form creates and sustains privileges for some, while it creates and sustains disadvantages for others. For example, some people are discriminated based on their race or physical abilities. Now, the final point is building alliances across differences so that we can live and work together to eradicate all forms of discrimination. And that comes back to what I said earlier, that we are all different, we are all unique, but we can come together to work and live with each other irrespective of our differences or diversities. Now, I'll be using the case study of Ghana. I mentioned that the world has come to a point, or the world is such that we cannot live without the other, or we can't live without each other. And so we live every day of our lives encountering the other, especially in the era of globalization. Therefore, there's a need to accept, respect, and live with each other in good neighborliness. Since we cannot live as an island in the world today, one has to accept and embrace the diversities of the world. In other words, one has to be open to cooperation with others, as well as have constructive engagement with others irrespective of diversities. In Africa and Ghana, of life. With these diversities, we are able to live, work, cooperate, and live, work, and cooperate with each other in peace and good neighborliness. Let me give you a few examples. Marriage and family, for example. There are different people who come together to marry, and then they form blood and family ties. And that's why it's difficult to get, especially in Ghana, people fighting each other because of diversity, or because they have diverse opinions, or they come from diverse families. The family bond and the blood ties bond us together in Ghana, and that's why we are able to live in peace and good neighborliness. Again, with the issue of ethnicity, there are so many ethnic groups, but we see each other as Ghanaians. That is what is important. So when something is happening, we don't tackle it as an ethnic group, but we see it as something going to worry the whole of Ghana or the whole of the nation. Now, with education, the example of education is open to all. And I'm sure it's the same in Europe. So education is open to all. In Ghana, a teacher does not only teach a particular group of people, the teacher teaches everybody who is registered for the class. And the student does not only learn from one particular lecturer or teacher, he learns from whoever is designated to teach the course. And students write the same examinations and are marked by the same examiners. Now, with the issue of health, we all know there's COVID again, and health or health issues does not affect one particular group of people. It affects every group of persons. Now, with the case of HIV and COVID-19, it's not affecting only Christians or only Muslims or only Buddhists or Hindus. It's affecting everybody. And that's why we are all in the room now and we use masks every time. So health workers do not attend to only a particular group of people. They are there for everyone. All political parties based on the ideologies and competence of a party. Members of a particular party can come from diverse backgrounds. It doesn't matter. What is needed is to project the objectives of the political party. Now, sporting activities and working organizations is another example I'll be using from the case of Ghana. Different people work together in so many workplaces in Ghana or work organizations in Ghana. And what matters is the qualification, if you have the right qualification. What matters again is for everybody, irrespective of diversities or irrespective of their different backgrounds, to achieve the company's goal and objectives. Another example from the case of Ghana is social lives. And in Ghana, funerals, weddings, naming ceremonies are all attended. So now you invite people to your ceremonies, not because they are from a particular group, but because you want them at your program and you want them to celebrate with you or mourn with you in cases of funerals. In Ghana, we have national programs. For example, we have National Prayer and Thanksgiving Day. And this day is observed by all religions in Ghana, especially the three common religions, which is the African traditional religion, Islam, and Christianity. So these religions come together to observe this National Prayer and Thanksgiving Day. So if this day is being celebrated, it doesn't matter which religion you belong to, you are part of this program or this day because you are a Ghanaian and we are all praying something good that's to come for Ghana, or we are thanking God for Ghana. So I am concluding by saying that the truth of facts still remains that we cannot do without one another. We will definitely encounter another person, or we will definitely encounter other people. And we all have our differences. In view of this, people will have to, in spite of their differences, learn to live, work together for justice, peace, and holistic development of the human family and the environment. Now, this is what PROCMURA, the Program for Christian-Muslim Relations in Africa, stands for. The organization I serve as area advisor stands for, and seeks to bring to the attention of all other organizations like the Rotary International Group. And I end by saying that examples I have given, all these practical examples I've given using the cases of Africa and Ghana, Rotarians can grow together, work and live together in peace and good neighborliness. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Tavia. And can I apologize to the audience for the interference at times in your commentary. And I put that down to obviously international links. Apologies for that, Dr. Tavia, but we got the gist of what you were saying. So thank you very much indeed. And can I, my pleasure, and can I at this point just advise the audience that if you've got any comments or questions or queries regarding any of the presentations that are being made, just put them in chat, because we're going to incorporate some of those comments, questions and queries into the panel discussion that's going to occur at the end of each of the panel presentations in about 20 minutes time. Can I at this juncture refer the audience to Reverend Michael? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. I want to begin by saying that as a member of the United Church, it seems to me that both the Rotary Club and the United Church of Canada has a lot in common. We came out of a similar kind of generation and a similar context, not just in terms of the Canadian context, but internationally. And we find ourselves today experiencing decline in membership and participation. We find ourselves being predominantly white, and I must say I'm quite surprised as I've looked across the screen this morning that there are a lot more females participating than I had anticipated. But generally, I think we find ourselves white and male. We are institutions that stick out in the context of a change in Canada. Moreover, we're both seeking to find ways to reimagine ourselves. In the context of the United Church, later today, we will be considering a proposal to declare ourselves an anti-racist institution. The fact that we find ourselves in the context of communities and societies that are increasingly diverse provide us with both opportunities and challenges. Challenges because it requires changes. Changes in our imagination, assumptions, structures, and practices. Opportunities because it requires changes. Changes in our imagination, assumption, structures, and practices. In 1997, I was asked to join the board of a prominent Christian institution here in Canada. At the time, I was a senior pastor of one of the significant historic churches in the denomination. When I arrived at the first meeting of the board, I was one of only two people of color. The other person was Chinese. Through the course of conversation, people were amazed that I was the senior pastor of that particular congregation, especially when they learned that the congregation was predominantly white. In their imagination, for a person of color like me to be in leadership of this congregation, the congregation must have changed. So they couldn't bring their heads around the fact that a Black man was the senior minister in the congregation when in fact the congregation was predominantly white. And that's part of the kind of imagination that when we begin to think about diversity, that needs to be changed. Partly, as I said earlier, both the United Church and the Rotary Club comes out of a similar kind of generation. And we come out of a generation in which we saw the other not as equal, but the other as somebody requiring our help and assistance. So if you think of some of the ways in which we have identified projects, whether it's kids in poverty, whether it's our work with Indigenous peoples, we tend to have a bit of a charity model that these folks need our help. And if we don't help them, nothing's going to happen because they can't help themselves. And what we have created is this learned helplessness. And what we've created is a sense in which folks are seen through the lens of what we perceive as their limits, rather than through the lens of the gifts and strengths and abilities that they bring into any context we find ourselves. And so part of this conversation and part of the work that I think we're required to do will call upon us to kind of think about how we change our imagination. In a conversation around diversity, we tend to focus on what is evident. For example, skin color, hair texture, clothing, accents, and religious affiliation. Usually overlooked are the elements of diversities that are not easily visible. Economic class, political viewpoint, theological commitment, sexual and gender identities, to name a few. In addition, we tend to miss the importance of the intersection of identities, abilities, experiences, and characteristics. I've introduced myself as an ordained minister, an immigrant, and a father. And because you can see me, you also know that I'm Black. You might not be able to see clearly that I have dreadlocks. My hair is combed back, so you can't see my dreads. What you have seen and heard of me have drawn in your mind some ideas about who I am. You probably have come to the conclusion from seeing me that you may think of trying to reach out to me either as a community leader, a minister, that I may be open to joining your club. Alternatively, you may want to encourage me by pointing to other Black folks who are part of your club. On both counts, you might be wrong. As a community leader, I may not be interested in joining your club for a whole host of reasons. As a Black man, I may not be willing to join your club for a whole host of other reasons. What you do not see about me and know about me is that I'm a gay man in a permanent relationship. Part of participation for me, given the fact that I denied my sexual identity for over 30 years to the point where my life was at risk. Having come out, I'm not prepared to live in a closet. Spaces where I cannot be my authentic self are not places where I feel secure. My antenna is constantly up about language that are used around family, around relationship. Do I hear when folks talk that these are places where they understand my lived reality or simply perpetuate a sense of what is quote unquote normative? The challenge of identifying what is normative is a space that is in itself an exclusive space. Can I feel safe in a particular place or group? It's a question that I ask myself. And that safety is around the combination of my identities as a Black, gay, Christian leader with dreadlocks, and all those pieces have value and meaning for me. And so the question is this a safe place for me given the multiplicity of my identity? The intersection of my race, religion, and sexuality and culture are critical for me. Diversity or difference must take into consideration the complexity of the human persons. We can't simply talk about wanting to build diversity on the basis of skin color or sexual orientation or gender identities. We have to recognize that all of us live a complex kind of human experience. So it might be helpful, and I think as David has drawn our attention to at the beginning of this meeting, it may be helpful for us to move from a conversation on diversity to talk about differences. To play off the recent title of Desmond Cole's book, The Skin We're In, we are more than the skin we are in. The truth is that every community is diverse. It is not always obvious, especially if the markers of diversity, such as language, skin tone, and cultural identities are the characteristics we define for diversity. Despite the fact that all communities are diverse, it is important to note that healthy, vibrant communities are places where differences are acknowledged, named, and celebrated. So as initial starting point is to ask the question, beyond cisgender identities and skin tones and language, what are the differences that exist in your club? How are those differences evident? How do you acknowledge the differences that exist? What ways do you celebrate those differences? These are important questions because in the context of seeking to build or to create communities of difference, presence matters. People need to see and hear themselves reflected in order to invest or to feel any measure of safety to participate. We are more than the skin we are in. We are complex beings and we carry intersectional identities. A few years back, I received an email from a young Black woman. She had been in the choir that rented one of our churches for a concert. As she was in the choir loft, she spotted what she thought was a rainbow flag. As soon as the concert was over, she made a beeline for the spot where she thought she saw the rainbow flag. Much to her surprise, it was indeed a rainbow flag. She was excited to see the flag, and on Googling the United Church of Canada, later discovered that since 1988, the United Church had been welcoming LGBTQ folks into its life. She, in her words, found a place where she could be in the fullness of who she was, young, Black, lesbians. In fact, she sent about 20 emails to all of us in leadership in the church, so excited at the fact that she found a community. Presence is critical for healthy community. So as we talk about, as I say, I want to move the conversation from diversity to difference. We need to think about how we engage the variety of differences in our existence at the moment, because if we create a space where differences are honored, named, and celebrated, folks who are not yet part of us, who those things are important, will want to be part of us. And I look forward to our ongoing conversation. I'll end there.
May I thank Reverend Michael for a very, very, very profound commentary on the complexities of difference and why we perhaps need to give further thought as a Rotary movement to the use and limits of the term diversity. So thank you very much, Reverend Michael. And we're doing very well on time. I was reminded when I was listening to Dr. Tavia and Reverend Michael of Elder Noel's wonderful introduction and prayer triggering off this event today. And he talked about each of us carries their own truth. And to a very large extent, that is very, very, very much related to what Reverend Michael has spent the last 10 minutes talking about. So thank you again, sir. And at this point, I'd like to hand the meeting over to Nadine, who's going to speak for 10 minutes. And thereafter, we're going to enter a panel discussion. And just a reminder, if you've got any comments, queries, questions you'd like to make, use chat, because all your comments and queries and questions will be picked up and they'll be relayed back to the panel members and they will be incorporated into the discussion we're going to have after Nadine has completed her commentary. So Nadine, over to you.
Thank you, David. Merci. I'm gonna start off by saying that this is the first time ever that I am asked to speak as a Francophone. So on my language. I am often asked to MC due to my linguistic abilities, to comment on social cohesion due to the current work that I do. But it is the first time that Nadine Duguay-Lemay will share with you how I feel. And so it's important that I start out with this preamble, because as David knows, it did create a lot of anxiety for me to be asked to be part of this panel, and even now.
Take your time. You're with family. Take as long as you like.
I think, David, when I was asked to speak about my perspective and lived experiences, it unleashed a lot of feelings, namely lived experiences. And so I do echo already what my colleagues have said. And from an intersectionality standpoint, I've always considered myself relating more to my gender as a woman. Perhaps that comes from the fact that I am a survivor of sexual violence and sexual harassment. And so my identity as female has really become important in my life. Being a leader also in the business and nonprofit world has also exposed me to a myriad of instances where I have not felt safe, or I have been not discriminated upon, but belittled often, okay? And so all of this has taken a precedence, and this is the first time that I'm gonna share with you what it feels like to be a Francophone, which, as Reverend Michael pointed out, it is an important aspect. It's one of our identity factors. And so a little bit about my background to weave this in. And I don't have a script to go by, I'm just gonna talk from my heart. So I'm from Tracadie. And Tracadie on the northeastern shore, which I invite you to visit. Richard and I are actually both from Tracadie. We grew up together. We actually lived as neighbors from one another and didn't see each other for 20-some years and reconnected in Moncton. So this is a nice story for both of us and are now married. But Tracadie, if you can picture this being a small town of 3,000 people, you know, it was 99% Francophone. We spoke French. My first exposure to English, I recall, was when we went on vacation in Nova Scotia. And on the playground, I met this little boy, and I didn't know a word of English by 5 years old. And so I recall the words that I knew were ketchup, mustard, relish. So apparently I entertained a huge conversation with this little boy, simply saying relish, ketchup, mustard, mustard, relish. You know, but we made friends. We did not speak each other's language. Yes. We played with one another, you know, and we had to go to Bathurst or Miramichi to be exposed to an Anglophone environment. And so that was really important to me. And when I was 8, we found out that my mom is actually from an Anglophone family. All of her family is from St. John, New Brunswick. And she was the only one of 8 children who was placed into a host family in Tracadie. So she was the only one of 8 who was brought up in French. And so when I was 8, we got to meet, you know, my cousins, my uncles and aunt, and I realized I cannot speak to my family members. And so by that age, of course, in school, we are taught English. And so I really ramped up because I wanted to be able to speak to my relatives. And so I already had a foot in both worlds, right? Even though I am from Tracadie, I speak French, but then there's this reality of having relatives and having this whole sense of connection to another place, St. John, which was foreign to me at that age, and not being able to relate, not being able to connect. So I wanted to learn English as much as possible, and I did that. At 15 years old, I moved by myself to Moncton. And in Moncton, I went to Mathieu Martin, which at the time was one of the only, it was the only high school, Francophone high schools. And this was the first time that I was exposed to being a Francophone in a minority environment. Up to that point, it was always, it was a majority. But in Moncton, I was first faced with the fact that, oh, okay, when you're on the bus, people speak English. When you are in the stores and everywhere, it's only when I go to school that people speak French. And it was interesting because it was a different French, a different accent. So hence my introduction to what we call here Chiac, right? But I was all taking it in good strides. Like it was just, to me, it was learning, different perspectives. At 16, I lived in Costa Rica for a year. And I learned Spanish. So again, I was completely exposed to not speaking one word of the language, picking it up and learning how to survive. So I think, as you can probably tell, this is a little bit what I'm weaving in as lived experiences. To me, learning the other languages stemmed out of survival, but also out of wanting to interact with the environment in which I was in. And so today I still speak fluently Spanish, English, and French, and I'm very proud of that. But it did stem from having to learn it in order to adapt to this environment. After Costa Rica, I got to live 2 years in Edmonton, Alberta. I did live in Sudbury, Ontario. I've lived 8 years in Miramichi, and that's actually how I came to be a Rotarian. So if there are people from the Rotary Chatham Club, hi, that was my first Rotary Club. And in all those places, again, I was faced with different contexts and different realities. So in Alberta, for instance, I was looked upon with a lot of respect, like, oh, you speak French, because many of the Anglophones wanted to speak French. It was actually valorisé, it was praised, it was, so that was one of the first times I felt, oh, this is a good thing, actually. In most places in New Brunswick, it's felt a mixture, it's felt this polarization. And so I'll give an example of when I lived in Miramichi, of some instances that I've seen, and I've explained this to my panelists and to David, this constant feeling, this polarization of, I understand the lived reality of unilingual Francophones, and I understand the lived reality of unilingual Anglophones. And I'm constantly, going back and forth in between those, that understanding and trying to reconcile it all. And it's not always easy. And so in Miramichi, something really got to me one day as we were visiting, I think it was Beaubear Island, and there were these 2 great kids who were working as summer student and, demonstrating Beaubear Island, and they were, their first language was English, but they were learning French and French immersion. And so they were deemed as being bilingual and doing this tour with a couple from Quebec, or no, it was a family of 4 from Quebec. Anyways, I'm on that tour too. And I recall that after the tour was done, the family from Quebec, and this is no diss on the Quebecers, by the way, it's just talking about an incident. They got up and they started to being very nasty to these 2 kids and to say, we paid for a bilingual tour. You call this bilingual, and da 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 da. And I could see I was feeling like, okay, so I get it. I get that there are a lot of English words spoken, but I get that these kids are doing their best and they're trying. And something that maybe you don't know, I should have mentioned, is when I was in Miramichi, I owned and operated a language institute, you know, because that was my goal of trying to connect with people from, you know, break down those linguistic barriers, whatever language it was. And I recall when I would teach French to so many, whether it was from private sector, you know, or even public civil servant, they would always come to me. I would give them a little homework, go out in the community, practice, you know, and then they would come back, and every Monday, the following Monday that we would come back from the weekend, they would always share, Nadine, we tried, so here's another example. We tried practicing our French with this, you know, these people in the restaurant, and they laughed at us. And then they immediately reverted to English. And so that brings shame for me. I'm always ashamed when I hear about those experiences, because I consider myself, again, like I've always tried to adapt, you know, but trying to adapt has also created a lot of insecurities. For instance, I didn't realize until my daughter pointed out to me one day, and my husband echoed this, that apparently I take on an accent when I speak to someone in French. So let's say I'm talking to somebody from France, I will tend to take on their accent. If I speak to somebody from Quebec, I take on their accent. And so I didn't realize that I was doing this, you know? It was just my way, and I think it's because of insecurities, you know? And when I worked at National Bank, how often every single meeting somebody would say, oh, Nadine, you know, you have an accent. You have an Acadian accent. And they made fun of my accent. And I would always say, but you have an accent for me too. It's a matter of perspectives, you know? But it's in the way that I think, to Reverend Michael's point, all of these lived experiences in this story that I'm not doing a good job at telling you this morning, but it's about differences, you know? And another experience that really had an impact on me when I was appointed CEO of Dialogue and Beat was that there was a group on Facebook that apparently started to, and I'm not going to name the group, but they started to say, oh, here's, you know, a Duguay-Lemay, here's another Francophone who's going to come and dictate their French ways on us. And, you know, and oh, she's a graduate from U de Moncton, and apparently there's something against graduates of UDM, I don't know. But I had never felt personally attacked because of where I studied, or because the fact that I'm a Duguay and I married a great guy that every Rotarian would say, Richard, like, I'm proud of that. And so I didn't understand where that came from. And people often forget, like, I'm a graduate of MBCC as well. I'm a proud alum of that institution, and a proud alum of Université de Moncton. And so it's not easy. And so it's that constant polarity. And David, I will conclude in saying, yes, it's walking on eggshell all the time. I didn't realize until I had to unpack this morning and share these lived experiences how much I walk on eggshells, always waiting, because what's at risk. And it may seem funny that I say this. It's not based on my skin color. It's not based because I'm Indigenous, but I do fear there's always repercussion. If I didn't speak French enough in, you know, something I'm emceeing, Francophones attack me. If I ask for interpretation, Anglophones get angry. But it's always these little comments, you know, that you hear afterwards. And so it's to reconcile all of this. And so my invitation, yes, it's more than that. It's how do we weave in those differences, and it doesn't make up. And I think that's why I rejected, I'm a Francophone. It's because it has such a negative connotation, perhaps, to me. And what a shame, right? What a shame. And so I'll leave you with this and I'll continue crying for a little bit, okay? Thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you, Nadine. And let me say authoritatively that your story was immensely powerful, and we are so honored, trust me, to have your story, your commentary, and your testimonies this morning. So thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And at this point, we now move into a discussion between the panel members, incorporating whatever queries, comments, questions you have raised on the chat system. But can I open up the conversation between the panel members by asking each of the panel members what they thought about the contributions of the other panelists, because that will then help the audience kick in with any comments they would like to make. So who would like to start? And I don't want to point somebody out, so I'm holding my breath. Thank you, Reverend Michael. You're so good to me.
Sorry. For me, I think both Margaret and Nadine help us to kind of understand the importance of relationship. And in many ways, I think when we have institutions, we kind of want people to come in without having a relationship with people and not knowing knowing folks and knowing what causes pain, what causes hurt. And I think Nadine's story is quite illustrative of that for me, and I'm grateful she shared it. That if you just simply say, we're a club doing this, come and join us, without understanding who the us are and who we're inviting in and how people get triggered, you know, and what their lived experience is. So it's important for us to kind of think relationally, and I think both presenters, the other two presenters, kind of lift that up for me, and that was something that was quite helpful.
Thank you very much indeed. What I picked up from the panel presentation so far were a number of points, but what came first and foremost was the fragility of this relationship piece that Reverend Michael has just touched on and Nadine has touched on, and also Dr. Tavia. This process of navigating your way as somebody who's different in a particular aspect, navigating your way through the corridors, if you like, of life, where the differences are different that you're encountering, and that the differences that you have are not valued. They're not taken care of. They're not treasured. They're not respected, and that is very difficult. I immediately connected with Nadine's commentary and tearfulness, legitimately, because I've been there too, in terms of, as a Black man, navigating myself through a primarily white dominated world, and how Nadine talks about adjustment, how we have got to tailor, in quotation marks, tailor ourselves depending on the individuals we are relating to, the institutions we are part of, in order not only just to survive, but to somehow make some incremental steps to higher levels in these institutions. And also, it's about you yourself needing to feel valued and treasured and respected. And if you're constantly being sort of rubbed down, you're sort of being sort of stripped, as it were, of varying parts of you because they're not being recognized. So they're stripping you whilst engaging with you, supposedly. You know, you yourself internalize that and you feel, oh my goodness, you know, I'm a bit of a fraud here. This is me, but I can't be me in this particular setting. And so you're playing the game in quotation marks in order to appease, in order to get on, in order to try and create some sort of conversation with the individuals that you're interacting with. And as Reverend Michael said, well, what happens to this thing called authenticity? Where is your authentic self when you put yourself in that position? And it's not because you want to put yourself in that position, it is because you have to. And then you reach a position with Reverend Michael, and the decision point is, well, if I carry on this way, I'm not only continuing to be a fraudster, but I'm damaging myself. And I am the perpetrator of that. I am allowing myself to be stripped apart, to be quietly destroyed. And I refuse to be a silent witness to that destruction. So I'm not going to do it anymore. And of course, as Reverend Michael said, and as Nadine said, beautifully, eloquently, there's consequences. There's a payoff. And then the question is, are you going to carry on being authentic with the consequences that inevitably will befall you? Or are you simply going to carry on with being inauthentic? And these are questions only you can answer, you see. You yourself are the only person that can answer that because no one else knows what you have to do in order to get on. Dr. Tavia, have you got any comment to make on the points that Reverend Michael has raised and I've just raised and Nadine has raised?
Okay. So I I just agree with all the panelists mentioned earlier that recognizing that personal, cultural, institutionalized or discrimination of any form creates and sustains privileges for some people, and that's if you are the advantageous point, and then it also creates and sustains disadvantages for others. I think relationship, if you discriminate towards someone based on whatever it is, you are affecting the person and you are privileged because you are the one doing it and feel good about it. But if it's the other person at the receiving end, the person feels very bad. For us, or for me, relationship is very important. And I think that is what has gone through all our presentations. And the fact that we cannot live without each other. We need to work with each other, irrespective of our diversity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tavia. I am just wondering, Alana, is there any comment or question that you'd like to share with the panel members, either orally or via chat?
Yes, we've had a number of comments thanking people for their authenticity, and Nadine for your vulnerability. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Heather has a question. how do we create a true safe space and celebrate differences in our club to be attractive to all to join us in our mission?
Wonderful, wonderful question. Can you just repeat that again, Alana, for our panel members to think about it as you're speaking?
I'd be happy to. So the question is, how do we, I can't find it there again. No, I haven't. How do we create a true safe space and celebrate differences in our club to be attractive to all to join us in our mission?
Wonderful, wonderful question, Heather. Thank you so much. Panel members, please feel free to put your suggestions. And in fact, a number of comments that each of the panel members has raised contributes to the answer to Heather's question. If I can give you a concrete example from my club, Halifax Northwest, here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. One of the things that we have done is to ask ourselves over the last several years, actually, particularly the last two, as to who do we have in the club, and ask ourselves, well, what qualities do they have? Where do they come from? What ages are they? What colors are they? What religious persuasion, and so forth and so on. So we actually spent a lot of time trying to get to know each other in a different way. So apart from just turning up and having an hour and a bit's meeting, we wanted actually to get to know each other, very much like the conversations triggered by Reverend Michael and Nadine, and to a lesser extent, Dr. Tavia. And what came out was, well, look, we seem to be rather on the elder side, and we seem to be rather male, and we seem to be rather pale too. So maybe if we try to reach out beyond our comfort zones to areas in the community where there might be others who are different in a whole variety of ways, and encourage them to not join the club, but to basically have conversations with us, which may lead to you coming to the club, that would be absolutely great. And you know what's happened in a very short period of time? Individuals who have multitude of intersectional differences, all interconnecting, have now come to the club. And what the first thing they said was, no one ever approached us. No one ever asked us to be a part of a conversation, part of a framework, part of a club. You're the first to ask. And this is really, really important. It gets back to what Nadine was saying. It's about looking and sharing yourself with others, and trying to acknowledge others as they see themselves in their context. So respecting that, learning about others, making yourself vulnerable as Nadine did in sharing herself with us, in order for us to learn, you see. She's given us an enormous gift, as did Reverend Michael, an enormous gift. And this is what our district governor, Ian Doyle, wants us to do in 720, and that is to live Rotary. Not just be a member, but to live it, really live it. And living it is very much doing what Nadine and Reverend Michael have been saying, and that is sharing ourselves, vulnerabilities and all. And we'll get things wrong, and we'll say the wrong thing. We'll mispronounce names. That's okay. We're trying, okay? And we will accept correction. That's okay. This is part of being in a family, part of a conversation. Reverend Michael, any comment?
I think probably Nadine, you had started, I think you had unmuted yourself. So maybe Nadine, and then I'll offer a
Great.
reaction.
Excellent. Please do.
Well, actually, my Reverend Michael, I was just going to quote back what you had said something earlier about the fact that if a club was to approach you, you may not join based on being Black. You may not join based on different things, right? And so I think the safe space concept is something that's important to remember. And the fact that I don't know. I'm just going to say this. I don't know if it's possible to say we are a club that appeals to all. I don't think that's possible, and that's okay, right? That's why there are different groups, different varieties, and I look at it as anybody who joins the Rotary family, whichever club it ends up to be, is a plus for Rotary, period. But do not take offense if somebody feels more comfortable joining another club just because they might feel, you know, either safer or better. And it doesn't mean either that you are doing something wrong, you know. It's just about where people can relate, and I think we do that on a daily basis. So that was my comment that I wanted to bring. So Reverend Michael, I was kind of stealing a little bit some of the stuff you said earlier. I apologize.
Yeah, and to continue that, I think for me, it's always important to kind of know what your unwritten rules are. I'll tell a fun story. I was doing a workshop with a congregation once, and I talked about what are the unwritten rules of the congregation. And I said, like, when it comes to luncheons, you know, or meals, what are the unwritten rules? Somebody started just laughing her head off. So I said, what's behind the laugh? And she said, well, you know, the first time I came to a lunch, participated in a lunch at the church, I'd gone out and I'd bought a pie and brought the pie as part of my contribution to the lunch, and it was refused. And it was refused because the unwritten rule of that particular congregation is that anything that's brought to a meal has to be homemade. And you know, lucky enough, this person stayed. But in many ways, we all have unwritten rules, and part of creating safe space is to us to kind of think through what are unwritten rules within the space of our club. Like, everybody who is part of us know it, but if you're an outsider, you don't know it. And because those of us inside know it, we may be comfortable with it, but it may be absolutely offensive to somebody who is walking in new into that space. So I think that's an important piece, is just to say, are there some unwritten rules? I think we also need to look at the kind of language we use around our clubs. So, you know, I talked earlier about, so how do we talk about family? How do we introduce individuals in terms of marriage status, non-marriage status? What kind of language we use? Is that language going to be seen or heard as offensive? So, for instance, just to use that, sometimes even how we talk about Black, to use that example, you know, we talk about black ice, we talk about black hole, we all those kinds of words, which in some ways are neither here nor there, but a Black person here and black ice are thing, because Black gets associated with negative. So how do we use language around Black, dark, those kinds of stuff? How do we use language around people we're trying to support? You know, do we talk about them in ways that dehumanize them? I think that's the thing. Question about how we use language like sight and sound. You know, are we ableists in our language? So do we talk about people who have kind of who can stand, sit, walk, you know, so those kinds of stuff. That's another piece, I think, in terms of creating safer spaces, is to kind of our unwritten rules and spaces like our language, because those things are important, right, as people. And I think, as Nadine says, I think the last thing I would say is Nadine said, not every, you know, your club is not for everybody. Celebrate those who come and not worry about those who don't come, right? Because if we are a complex, diverse people, we'll go where we feel comfortable.
Thank you very, very much indeed, panel members. And we're being asked to return.
Okay, good morning back, everyone. Sorry about that. Zoom sort of took the 2-minute warning away from me. So we're just waiting for everyone to come back in and joining us. And our next speaker is here. So we're just going to give a moment here for everyone to get back. And back over to you. Just wait for a moment.
Oh, wow. Barbara, where are you now?
That's one of those. Oh,
I see the rotary wheel now. Got
yeah,
it. Okay.
yeah, kind of neat.
Miriam has freshened her lipstick, I see.
The Zoom lipstick is on. The event is happening. I'm in my second rotary t-shirt. It's all going on.
Miriam, I'm going to send you some completely compostable lipstick made by Cheekbone Beauty. The profits go towards Indigenous education. They come in beautiful colors, and one of these is on its way to you in a recycled package. Compliments of Jennifer Harper of Cheekbone Beauty.
And how does one purchase one of these?
Go to cheekbonebeauty.ca. Jennifer was actually the Chatelaine Woman of the Year for 2019, and she has recently been named as one of RBC's Women of Influence. She's done some great things. I know her from a sustainability perspective, and our boys play hockey together, but cheekbonebeauty.ca.
I am very thankful for that, Natalie. I think I have my I Hate the Environment lipstick packaging here. I know when I got it, I said, well, this is my last purchase of this brand. But thank you so much. Thank you for presenting. Thank you for everything. It's how would I have talked to Natalie Lowe if it wasn't for Rotary? Loves Rotary. What?
Okay, so I'm going to start the recording, Miriam, so we can start then. Well, we've got a couple of, well, 3 minutes, so let's just wait for a moment.
Yeah, we'll let people might be grabbing a little fresh water, putting a little more gin in their tonic. Don't know what folks are doing at home, which is the exciting part of Together Alone at Home.
Hey, Miriam. Can I, since we have 3 minutes, we cut a little short. Can I just ask Josh to give his words of wisdom to people about the environment?
Sure.
If we can, because we were almost done and we kind of got. Josh, are you still with us?
I am. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to hear your words of wisdom on for the environment. Thanks.
Well, I was just going to actually just follow up what Emily said. So she mentioned about the power of individual, and absolutely. But what I'm super also passionate about is the power of everyone coming together and talking amongst each other and make acting and protecting the environment part of our everyday dialogue with our friends and our family, and just bring it to the forefront. And that would be my advice: is we need to all come together to make a big change. So let's bring it to the forefront of our lives.
I love to say commit, collaborate, contribute, and celebrate often what you do achieve, so that we can do it for you, me, and we. So thanks so much, and thank you for allowing us just to give him his last word. I appreciate it.
Even though I didn't get there, I still feel energized by that. Thank you, Suzanne, for that suggestion to let Josh, as we say in Newfoundland, clue that up, which is spelled C-L-E-W. Clever. I love the Newfoundland vernacular. So we've got 1 more minute. We are camped down to 1 more minute to freshen up your drinks, to get that kettle boiled, to get a bun or a biscuit, whatever you need to do. In my case, I need to get a wrap. I got my Rotary t-shirts on and I'm frozen, so there you go. Whatever you need, you got 1 minute to do it.
Miriam, while we have this 1 minute, I just want to tell everyone that our hashtag is trending. And if you want more information about what a trending hashtag means, let me know. There's lots of tweets and Facebook posts and stuff. It's awesome. Great job.
Hashtag Rotary Atlantic 2020, right? Did I get that right?
Hashtag Rotary Atlantic 2020.
Excellent. I bet you after those breakout sessions, people are brimming over with things that they want to say. And I guess, is it still 140 characters for Twitter, or did they increase that?
It is not increased.
Is not increased. So you have 140 characters to say how you're brimming over. Hashtag Rotary Atlantic 2020.
It's a special skill to squeeze all your thoughts into 140 characters.
Exactly.
I'm going to start the recording.
All right. Well, let's start in. Good morning and welcome back, everyone, from your breakout sessions. I'm sure you're invigorated and energized and ready for more. And I am delighted to introduce Valerie Wafer. She is our Rotary International Director. She is on the board from 2020 to 2022. She is a member of the Rotary Club of Collingwood, South Georgian Bay, beautiful part of the world, in Collingwood, Ontario, Canada. She joined Rotary in 2005 and has been an extremely engaged and contributory Rotarian. So Valerie, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, Miriam, and what a pleasure to be with you this morning. And I know that you've already had a very busy morning in your breakout sessions. It is a beautiful fall day here in South Georgian Bay, a little on the cool side, and we had a bit of a tornado or something go by last night. So it's very unsettled weather for this Saturday, but it's nice to be with you today and in the comfort of our own homes in this new world that we're living in. So, you know, I'm going to spend a little bit of time today just talking to you about leadership and inspirational leadership and what that means to us all. So in an interview, Simon Sinek, author and motivational speaker, said, "The closest thing to leadership is parenting." And I thought about this and I realized that the analogy made perfect sense. As we begin that journey to become parents and prepare, we rely on our family, our friends, sometimes self-help books, and certainly our community to lead us and guide us through that journey. Now, my own children are adults and married, and I have to say I enjoyed every stage of their development. Some probably more than others, and they think it's funny because actually some I've probably blocked out. But I have to say it was most cherished moments of my life are raising my children. So am I the same person I was with the same skill set 30 years ago? Absolutely not. Because we are shaped by our experiences and we have our ups and downs. But whether we're parents or not, we are all students, constantly learning and constantly evolving. I always love that question, are leaders born or can they be developed? Well, for some, perhaps like Queen Elizabeth, they are born into leadership. But I will say, I don't think she was ready to lead at 27 when she took over her crown. You know, she served under 14 prime ministers, world conflict, and during economic crisis. But she is a leader that I admire today because her experiences have shaped her. We all will make mistakes, of course, but without our falters, our challenges to do better, our opportunity to learn, we don't grow. If you actually think you're leading but no one's following, you may just be taking a walk. And I know that's been said many times before. And it's something that, you know, it's certainly a leadership quote that's used over and over again. Because visionary leadership takes work. But the opposite of being reactionary, that just stresses me out, because you're only leading when things go wrong, and it's counterproductive to moving forward. So it takes courage to be a visionary, and it takes relationships of our village or our community to support that shared vision. Because we know sometimes as leaders, and certainly in Rotary, sometimes it's easier just to fill a role, put the first available person in that slot, rather than mentor and nurture tomorrow's leaders. But when we do nurture and build relationships, it's a beautiful thing. Because what we've done is we've built our community, we've built our village. We know that our village supports us in tough times, and we celebrate as we are today collectively on our successes. Now, at complex times such as today with a worldwide pandemic, leadership takes on a whole new meaning. Because at times like this, we must pivot to some form of inspirational leadership. Because inspirational leadership lends hope and encouragement at times of crisis, when there is fear, angst, and perhaps the unknown about the future, where there is much distrust and a lack of communication. That is why during times of crisis, we see emerging leaders who may not have been in the spotlight prior to the crisis, but now are the very ones who have the character to instill hope and to allay the fears society feels during difficult times. Crisis molds leaders, and crisis is often what creates inspirational leaders. In Rotary, this is exactly what has transpired. Many of you have been leaders in your community, your place of employment, your place of worship, and in other areas. And you have stepped up to take on this role of creating confidence, sharing your courage, and most importantly, earning your community's trust. Trust is indeed a very significant part of being an inspirational leader. The inspirational leader cares. They are enthusiastic. They earn that trust. They act and speak positively and build people up, which is so crucial. So, and you also must stand your ground when you're required and admit your own flaws, and most importantly, actively listen. Because actively listening is the best way to earn trust as a leader. During this pandemic, one of my favorite inspirational leaders is New Zealand's remarkable Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern. Prior to the pandemic, she had already shown just how inspirational she was during the New Zealand terrorist attack. So I really wasn't surprised of her leadership during the pandemic. But the one thing that we see over and over again with this particular leader is that she cares. She shows that she cares in such a compassionate way. If you don't show a person that you are genuinely caring about them, you really can't inspire them. And that is why Jacinda has been so successful as an inspirational leader. Our clubs and districts yearn for inspirational leadership. How might you inspire your club to think differently about how we are doing Rotary? We have an opportunity ahead of us right now, here today. Your breakout sessions that you just came from this morning on Indigenous relations, the environment, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and our foundation have taken a good look, a comprehensive needs analysis of our community and the work ahead that together we can accomplish in Rotary. It's a community conversation. It's building a village. And this is where we need to be as leaders during this time and going forward. So many of you have the gift of caring, of listening and acting on the very actions required to make life better during this pandemic. You are inspirational leaders. You know, one doesn't have to have a fancy title like the Prime Minister of a country, District Governor, Rotary International President, Mother Teresa, everyone else that we can think of that has inspired us in the past. You don't need that fancy title to be considered an inspirational leader. You just need to be you. You just need to listen. You just need to care. You just need to make that human connection with people. One of my favorite quotes is by Oscar Wilde, and it's, "Be yourself, because everyone else is already taken." You know, in our family, we have a family motto that we use quite often because our last name is Wafer, which can also be, you know, cookie or biscuit. And our family motto is, "A wafer is a tough cookie." It's about being your authentic self. It's about being true. It's about looking at people in the eye and meeting them where they are and just being an inspiration. We all have that capacity. We do it every single day, and we're inspired by the work we do in Rotary. The work we do in Rotary in itself is a reason for us to be inspirational leaders, to tell our personal stories, to make a difference in the world, and to continue to do the good work that we do. And today is World Polio Day, and how inspirational it is to be knowing that we are making a difference in the world. We are fulfilling the promise that we made to the children of the world, and we are seeing that we will truly get there. So we are inspirational every single day in Rotary. We are inspirational leaders. Every single person in Rotary, on this call, whether you're a leader or not, has the capacity to influence another person's life. So be your true, authentic self. Care. Be enthusiastic. Be positive. Build people up. So important. Stand your ground. Admit your flaws. Actively listen. And change the world. Now, I'm looking for confirmation that President Holger is on the line.
As far as we know, we haven't seen him yet. I just stopped the recording. There's several of us looking for him. So we'll just, if everyone can just take a moment here.
Would you like a video?
Sure, just do a short one, Stella, thank you. Oh, Stella, there's no sound. You have to click those two buttons.
A world where no family is left without shelter, and through our incredible partnership with Rotary International, we're able to support families around the world, providing them with emergency shelter and other essential tools that families need, like water filters, solar lights, mosquito nets, and really customizing every solution based on what families need. Thanks to the incredible support of Rotarians and Rotary clubs around the world and in District 7040, last Rotary year alone, we were able to support over 32,000 families with the emergency support that they desperately need. On average, only 1 in 5 families around the world receive the emergency shelter they need after disaster or following conflict. Your ongoing support means that we're able to reach even more families and support even more families on their road to recovery. And we can't wait to celebrate this new Rotary year with you.
Okay, so maybe while we're waiting, Miriam, Valerie, would you be okay to take some questions? Oh, he's here.
Okay.
Oh, one moment, sorry about that. Good afternoon, President Holger. I'm going
Good afternoon. Good morning, everybody.
There we go. So we were just waiting for a moment till you arrived. So I will now pass it back. I'm going to start recording again. And for Valerie will be doing your introductions. Just one moment. Okay.
Well, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, President Holger Knack. From the very first, when we were introduced to Holger and Suzanne Knack, we were greeted by an engaged and active couple. I absolutely love the picture in the Rotary magazine of Holger diving into the lake that their home sits on in Germany. And I understand this is a daily exercise regardless of the weather, and it's really quite cold here today, Holger. So I admire that. They have not been able to travel the world this year, but Holger in his ever positive way states that he has been in more countries and spoken to more Rotarians already this year than the presidents have before him. We could not have a better leader today than Holger. He is truly an agent of change and a forward thinker. And having been host to over 40 youth exchange students during the years, he understands and listens to our young leaders. He is inspirational, and he and Suzanne are two of the most genuine Rotarians I've had the pleasure to get to know. President Holger.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you inviting me. Thank you very much, Valerie, for your kind introduction. Yes, of course, I'm at home like most of you right now, and being at home is definitely the most safest place you can be right now. Things are becoming really bad in Germany, worse and worse day by day. I think I saw also numbers from the United States and Canada, where things are becoming worse when it becomes, yes, fall and winter in some parts of our Rotary world. So again, the safest place is being at home, and so Susan and I are here. So I'm already many hours in Zoom meetings, in World Polio Day meetings today, and again, thank you for inviting me. You know, these Zoom meetings are, yes, sometimes not as interesting, sometimes really interesting, sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it if there are too many of them, but I'm always inspired of Rotarians when I went through all these pictures here, and I'm pleased to see so many friends here when I went through all the pictures here this afternoon and seeing all of you. So thank you very much being with us here. So I think this is an important day for Rotary. And let me start just with two small stories why Polio Day is so important to me. You know, when I was traveling India, so also in rural areas, I saw many polio victims. And all of you know this terrible pictures, this really terrible pictures of polio victims. And I saw many of them. The good thing was, I saw never ever children affected by polio. All of the victims I saw were older than 30 years. No children. And that is the result of vaccination. That's the result of Rotary's initiative started 40 years or more, 41 years ago in Manila. So that's the good story. And when I was in Manila last year, nearly exactly the same time than today, we celebrated the 40th anniversary of the first National Immunization Day. That started 40 years ago, 1989, in Manila, Philippines. And this was a really great event, and I had the honor, together with the Ministry of Health, to vaccinate children, a large group of children. And so this is really a reminder that everything started with an idea from Rotary. So I think all of us can be proud because of that. And the last story, that was, by the way, my last trip, except the United States, when I went February this year to Pakistan with Foundation Chair past President Ravi Ravindran and Mike McGovern. So we had a really interesting meeting with Imran Khan, the Prime Minister, and also with the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, where they admitted that they had done not the best job in vaccinated children, because the numbers in Pakistan went up from 8 in 2018 to 147 last year. And all of you know the numbers. We are expecting the same number this year. Okay, this is because of COVID, because they are not able to vaccinate all children than before. But last December, they vaccinated in Pakistan more than 40 million children with the help of 250,000 polio workers and more than 100,000 soldiers protecting them. I think it's a huge effort. And I saw by myself these huge storehouses with all the refrigerators to keep the vaccine cold, huge number of refrigerators, huge logistics. I was really impressed also about these large headquarters in Islamabad, the polio headquarter. And if you see this, you know, hey, this costs a lot of money. And that's why we still need money to keep this running and to make sure that we're able to vaccinate children all over the world. So these are the stories I really, what is important for me and why I think it's so important that we are going on and with our efforts to end polio. But just a couple of weeks, we had the honor and the privilege to declare the whole continent of Africa polio-free. And that was an event that should originally happen in Abuja, Nigeria. And I was so thrilled to go to Abuja, but also this event I celebrated at home in front of the same backdrop than this year, and I have the honor to speak together with Bill Gates, not in person, but here on the computer. But okay, it works. I think Rotarians can be proud that we are really part of this success all over Africa. And all of you heard that the Polio Plus Committee Chair of Nigeria, Tunji Funjo, was declared as one of the 100 most important people in the world, just because his tireless work to end polio in Africa. And this was, for me, a really unbelievable success. And all of us can be sure, if there will be a vaccine, a corona vaccine, one a day, and there will be, but nobody knows when it comes, but we will be able to vaccinate people all over Africa, all over South India, all over Southeast Asia, all over nearly everywhere, just because Rotarians started 40 years ago this initiative, because the structure is everywhere, the logistic is everywhere. They just can move from polio to corona. So with this, I think Rotarians are here in first front to fight corona if there is this vaccine available. You know, this polio day is important because for us, it's our opportunity. By the way, I love this word, opportunity. It's our opportunity to create awareness, to do advocacy, and to do fundraisers to polio. I think the success, it's not just because we Rotarians are so powerful. The success of this is because our collaboration. And this shows us that working together, that's how also our vision statement starts, but working together with strong organizations and agencies in the world, with WHO, with UNICEF, CDC, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and very new Gavi, that's the Vaccine Alliance Worldwide. With this, we are really able to achieve the impossible. I think it is possible. But this is just possible because so many strong organizations are working together, and yes, with the help of so many governments of the world putting so much money in our polio initiative. And by the way, Canada and the United States are those countries are putting the most of money into public health, worldwide public health. So I think we could be thankful to our governments that they are supporting this so much. And why? Why are we doing this? That's simply, we are really looking for really kicking off one disease out of the world. And you know, this theme of this year's Polio Day is Polio Day eradicating polio is a win for global health. And that's so important for everybody. So because we promised the children of the world that we would kick polio out of the world. And I think, yes, Rotarians are keeping their promise. So this is a good opportunity to thank all of those people who are working tireless to end polio, our partners again, all the polio workers worldwide. And I think it's also to think about those polio workers who really left their life in dangerous areas where they also went to vaccinate children. And I think this is really a disaster, what happens. There are a lot of people who died just because they wanted to vaccinate children. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your contributions. I think it's important that every Rotary Club in the world keeps on contributing to our polio initiative. And you know, it's also possible viewing this in person. You can also contribute as a Rotarian and not just via your Rotary Club. And really would you like to ask to do that? This is not just because this 50 million challenge from Bill Gates, but it's a result of negotiating with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's really because the effort. So we need this money, and I'm pretty much sure it will be harder than all the years before because of this corona pandemic and the economic results of that, what we are still expecting more and more. It will be harder to get the money next year. And so my wish to all of you, and I really ask all of you, keep on going, supporting End Polio Now with contributions, but also with creating awareness and advocacy wherever you go. So I would like to thank you listening to me. I'm speaking right now exactly 10 minutes. That's what I wanted to speak. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for what you are doing to end polio now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, President Holger. I wonder, do you have a few minutes to, first of all, to enjoy us all giving you some applause, if you have us in gallery mode? And also, I have a couple of questions. Do you have time for that?
I have every time you want. Nearly every time, Holly.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. So a lot of people, of course, expressed their gratitude for you joining us today. The first question that came through from Christina was, what has been your favorite part of the Rotary International President Adventure? What are some highlights that you would share with us?
So the highlight is really when I was able to travel. So, and it started, yes, as a president-elect. So that's when you're joining institutes, and this is you know meeting Rotarians everywhere. I think that's the highlight, definitely my highlight. And it's also today. You know, sometimes I'm a little bit tired just being in Zoom meetings. And sometimes I think to Susan, oh God, Susan, again an hour this evening. But when you're looking into many faces and see that people are really, really pleased to see you and are happy. So that's again something what you say, okay, it was really good even to stay a little bit longer in the evening because of the time difference. That's sometimes it's really a challenge. And by the way, I really oppose dinner meetings at the Pacific Coast. This is something I think, oh, please, I would love to join one of your meetings, but please do a lunch or a breakfast meeting, not a dinner meeting. That's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. That's something but I try to avoid. No, but meeting people is, I think that's what I'm always loving. And it's amazing how many great people we met over the last year. Now you are muted, please.
I'm chatting away on mute. Thank you, Holger. I was just saying the number of people that you have met and the inspirational stories that you have to share, that you yourself have to share, it's absolutely fantastic. So, and I'm looking behind you at the backdrop and I'm seeing a red cap. That's not a virtual cap, that's a real cap.
You know, simply I tried to wear that cap, but this looks crazy. So I prefer putting this in the back instead of wearing it.
You have a very clean look and I appreciate that very much. So no, the hat is good enough where it is for sure. Another question that came through from Don, and the questions keep moving, but I see it now. How realistic is it for Rotary to eliminate polio in those most dangerous areas of Afghanistan where we still have polio endemic?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I think it's definitely realistic. Unfortunately, it's also definitely a question of time. All of us know that. There are Rotarians in contact with the Taliban. I think it's all about this. So Ravi and I, we went to Pakistan right now to meet especially the Chief of Army Staff, because that's the powerful man in Pakistan. And so I think this is so important to keep in touch with all these powerful people. And you know, the problem is he explained it to us that people are moving back and forth between the borders between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And all of us know that this is, yes, at least an artificial border, because since hundreds of years, people used to walk, because there was never ever a border, because this is the same people left and right of this border. And so people are moving back and forth without any control. And it was also, yes, interesting to hear that someone from these generals spoke about areas where they are not able to control areas. I think that's, but probably in our large cities, there are also areas not really under control of the police. I don't know that, but all of us know there are also areas like. But I think this is the major problem. The problem is the conflict between countries. It's also the conflict between Taliban and the government. It's I think also the fact that this border is at least an artificial border. So people are moving back and forth. That's a very remote area, very, very difficult to reach. I think if these problems could be solved, I think with this, it could be very fast. If you think that 2 years ago, the number went down to 8. But I'm always concerned if we are not able to solve this conflict, and Rotarians are, by the way, involved there to solve this conflict, to find a solution between the government and the Taliban. So before we can't solve this, I think I don't see any chance to end that, because we will always find children not vaccinated. That's our major problem.
As you were talking, I think about Rotary's areas of focus with peace and conflict resolution, with water and sanitation. It's definitely a multiple layer impact needs to happen to resolve polio. And I think the End Polio Now and the Polio Plus, the plus is the big part, isn't it, President Holger, to make that happen?
You're absolutely right. It's not just about vaccination. Because of these creating of this structure, it's at least also a health system structure we are creating with this money, and this structure will keep. It's like a legacy of polio vaccination, and this structure is so important for the people. We are hearing sometimes people are really complaining in Pakistan, saying, you know, there are always needs. We have nothing, and especially after this COVID pandemic, it becomes worse there, and they are telling us they're having nothing. So no structure, no health, not enough food, and people there are no schools, and we are putting so much money into polio. Please help us in other parts and other things to survive pandemics like this year. And we do this. We try to put more money into the structure. also to get this positive, yes, atmosphere also from the people living there. And by the way, that was the major reason why we were able to celebrate India polio-free, because of this health system structure, what was so important for India.
Awesome. Thank you. I have another question for you. Moving away from the polio question in this moment, could you help all of us Rotarians understand the recent changes within Rotary vis-a-vis our relationship with Rotaract and the objectives of those changes?
Thank you. So yes, I think it's a longer process. And I liked what happened. So, you know, normally if we want to change something in Rotary, we started to do a pilot and another pilot, and then a longer term of, or longer times of discussions, and then changes takes probably 6-7 years before they happens. In case of Rotaract, we have done it totally different. We started first making, at the COL, making Rotaract as a part of our organization. So Rotaractors are now, yes, like us, Rotaract clubs are like Rotary clubs, part of Rotary International, part of our organization. And we know that we didn't answer all the questions, especially the administrative things. So where are the benefits for Rotaractors? Where are their responsibilities? Where is their position in the district? So all these things are right now, yes, without any answer. But we are working on that. But I like the way how we have done it, because it's put some pressure on us. And I personally, I see no difference between active Rotarian and an active Rotaractor. We all know there are some not very active Rotaractors, but we all know that there are also some not very active Rotarians. So I think that's so important for me. We all know that we could be very successful if we are working together hand in hand. We all know that for me, the basis for that is working on eye level. And that's something I have to explain, not so much in the United States, but in other cultures. So where really the younger are looking always for advice of the elders, and the older Rotarians taking care that about this different levels. So I try to tell them, you know, we have to be on eye level with Rotaractors. And for me, the most important thing is here mutual respect between young and old. That's me. Sorry about that, but that was Vice President Jurida Solari tried to call me, so I will call her back right after this year. So I think, you know, it's for me, it's about mutual respect. And I'm always asking the younger people, hey, even in other cultures, do what you think is important right now, because we need your experience, we need your, yes, enthusiasm to change something. And change means for me, yes, really change. And I think it's more difficult for us to change than for Rotaractors. But so that I'm really counting on Rotaractors right now, because I see that they can give us advice here to be more familiar with things what we are doing right now.
It's so true. We had another question about engaging youth in Rotary in the future, and I think bringing Rotaract into the fold and not having them as sort of a satellite and a question as part of the structure is definitely part of youth. Was there anything else you wanted to add in terms of engaging youth in Rotary?
Yes, and that's definitely it's about trust. You know, working together with youth, it's about trust, not giving them just small parts to decide and then just small parts to organize. They're able to do nearly everything. And so we should, to really make progress, we should trust them, giving them, yes, the opportunity really to step in to, yes, I'm just looking for the English word, to responsibilities. I think that's the way how we can make progress. So trust the young people and let them do that, and then look at, and I'm pretty much sure it will work, because they have so many great ideas, many more ideas we can expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel, for that question about youth and Rotary. And another question besides Rotaract is, of course, Interact. And I think there's a number of people, including Rob, would like to know your view on Interact in the world of Rotary.
Thank you very much. So Interact is one of our programs. I'm, to be very honest, not as familiar as with very others. There's a simple reason. There are just, I think, in all over Germany, we have, I think, 9 or 10 Interact clubs, not more. So that's one of the reasons we are, and I'm not as familiar, experienced with Interact. I had the honor to meet just 10 days ago an Interact club in Austria. And I was very, very, very impressed. And it really works for me if it's based in schools, because that makes sure that they have a place to meet where they can really meet and discuss and do their projects and plan their projects. And that's, by the way, one of the reasons why Rotaract was not developed in Germany, because till just 5 years ago, all our schools ended at noon. So there was no afternoon school in Germany and nearly all over Europe. And that was the reason why there was no need, no opportunity to develop Rotaract Interact in Europe. That's one of the major reasons here. That changes, but now it's a little bit difficult to come with private organizations, and Rotary is seen among schools as a private organization to get into schools. What we need, and I learned that what works, if teachers are involved in that, and if teachers starting to build an Interact club, that's what's exactly what I learned in Austria. So I can't see. I met so many really involved and inspired interactors when I was in the United States, but and I know that they are doing great work. I know that they are, of course, between 12 and 18. And that's, I think that's a perfect way to start with own projects. So I'm learning more about Interact, and yes, I love this program because people are engaged, involved, and ready to serve.
Excellent, excellent. I did have a little bit of a whimsical question for you. Everyone wants to know, what is in your glass? What are you drinking? You're drinking. What are you drinking in your glass?
This is simple tea. That's no whiskey, no beer. This is a glass, a double glass to keep your tea hot. So cheers.
So it's not tea. It really is tea, is what you're saying.
It is really tea.
And I think a number of us are raising our glasses to you, sharing in a little beverage there for sure. Awesome. So we've had a couple of other questions come in, if we're good. And one of the questions that came in, there's a couple of interesting ones there. We've had some interesting ones about youth. We've had some interesting ones about polio. And now with the virtual nature of the world. So Enrique asked us, there's new virtual project fairs. There's one starting today in Texas, a world project fair. I have to admit, I'm not up on that one. It includes all the countries in the world. I think you have lived virtual global lifestyle probably as much as any leader in the world right now. Any insights or anything you want to share with us about these fairs and these meetings that you've been observing?
Yeah, so what I've really learned where there are some really great organized Zoom meetings. You know, also a Zoom meeting has to be planned and organized to keep it interesting. I think that's really interesting. I'm not enough. There was not enough time for me to learn if this is an interesting meeting or not here. but you know, there are so many new options to keep also virtual meetings interesting. I think especially how to organize it, how to let people talk, and people are learning a lot during the last month. When we started this in in March, end of March and April and May, when Rotary clubs becomes more involved in districts in doing these things, it started sometimes chaotic because nobody knows how to do this, how to mute themselves. And so, but now nearly everybody knows how to do it. But I think it's also time that Rotary clubs and districts are looking for more interesting things. One thing is inviting speakers from everywhere. So like inviting me here from Europe, coming to the northeast coast here, to the Atlantic coast. And I think this is one option. Another option could be including small videos to make it interesting. Another option could be being some people together. So what is allowed? So 3 people, 4 people. I was joining last week an interesting meeting in Berlin, where the Rotary Club called this balcony meetings. So there were always in this Rotary Club with about 60 to 80 members, and Rotarians met as a small group of 4 outside in the garden or on the balcony, and then had this meeting, and all were connected via Zoom meetings. I think that's also another interesting idea. I think we really have to look for is keeping it interesting, taking care that's not become boring. So we want to keep our Rotarians engaged through Zoom. It's a little bit different. It's definitely a little bit, probably more difficult for us, but there are so many opportunities to keep it interesting and keep us on board. The next thing is, of course, projects. That's much more difficult to do projects. There are some examples what clubs are doing. What is always important, I think, and there is a good opportunity with Zoom doing together with other charities to make sure that we are looking for the people in need in our communities. And that's like a community assessment with other charities, with the authorities in our communities. And I think we are looking again towards difficult times. And all of us hope that there will be another lockdown, a total lockdown, what we saw just a couple of months ago. But here again, I think we are running into problems, and together with other charities looking who could help where most effectively. I think that's another option we have, and I think it's important that we will do that.
For sure. Another interesting line to view is about leadership in Rotary. And the question from John is, can you share any success stories where leadership from Rotary has made an impact, has affected some big change?
Yes, I think all of our leaders right now, Valerie, you can hopefully you agree, but it's first of all up to leaders right now to lead the way. I think that's up to us to show what is possible, to be engaged, not to complain, but to let people know, because there's no other chance right now. And so we have to use every opportunity we can to engage Rotarians, to show them how our organization can change. And I would like to ask all of you, when we are looking for new ways to meet and to connect and to communicate and also to be successful in our work as Rotarians. So let's let's try to find new ways and new things, and not doing what we have done always in person, now simply doing this virtually, but because there are so many new opportunities, and let's look for new opportunities to be connected in another way. And I think there are successful ways.
So interesting about leadership. It's not just saying, this is what I know, follow me. It's this is what I don't know, let's go together and let's learn together. And that has been, I think, the gift of 2020. A lot of people say, let's push the reset button, but I think we've had so much change, so much outside our comfort zone that if we sit back, it has been more gifts than barbed wire for sure. Awesome. Really interesting question came through about Rotary International and anti-racism, Rotary International and inclusion. What initiatives would you like to illuminate us on, Holger, about how Rotary is working on eliminating racism and including underrepresented groups?
So we can be proud that we have Valerie among us, and Valerie is the chair of this new created task force about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think, Valerie, are you going to say some words about that? I think you are much more experienced right now than I am.
Well, surely I can, and thank you, Holger, for your leadership in bringing this to the board. The board made a decision in July to strike a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. And we have gotten that task force put together, and it'll be announced this week. And so we will begin our work, but our work is really going to be driven by the work that you are doing at the district and club level. And I'm really thrilled that District 7820 and many of the other districts on this call have already formed a district diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I know that you are concentrating specifically on racism in your District 7820. So I've had some conversations, some really great productive conversations. And the work you are doing is really the work that this task force needs to hear about. And this is true around the world, because diversity, equity, inclusion means something very different in every part of our global organization. So we were very intentional on making sure that our task force had a global perspective and an intersectionality view of diversity, equity, inclusion. So stay tuned. You'll be hearing more probably about what our task force is doing. But again, the work you are doing is really going to drive the conversation. So thank you so much for being leaders in that arena.
So, and thank you very much, Valerie. So, and I would like to ask you, you don't have to wait for the results of this task force. You can start a discussion immediately in your district and in your Rotary Club, how you can be more inclusion, look for people and for groups we are not including, who are probably left behind. I think, yes, I'm encouraging you to start that discussion right now. Thank you.
Godfred, thank you so much for that question. That sparked a phenomenal conversation and a reminder to all of us in the district that the conversation has already started, and to keep it going for sure. And Rotary is part of it, absolutely.
And by the way, let me add here, this is a little bit like, it's like peace. There will be no final solution. It's the way, it's the ongoing process. And the same with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you can't say in your Rotary Club, we are done. So we are now diverse and we are inclusive, so now we are done. No, it's not. It's really an ongoing process that we will never find an end here with working for inclusion and diversity.
That's right, that's right. We can just keep moving the line as best we can. Maybe one of the last questions I'd like to bring to you. We'll see how it goes. I've got another one just popped in, but folks are interested about your observations on mental health during this time. As you said, the Zoom meetings, and we have to hold our face in a certain, in your case, 20 hours a day, Zooming with people all over the world, probably in multiple languages. What have you seen about people's mental health?
So no, 20 hours, no. I never spent 20 hours, but a couple of hours, yes, but not 20. You know, no, I don't think that's a real. I think loneliness is the problem for people during times of lockdown. It's not being in Zoom meetings, but Zoom meetings can help here. So of course, I would love to shake hands. I would love to hug people. I would love to meet in person, have a drink together, no doubt. But I think, but we can expect better times. So I don't think that's a real problem. No, I think no, it's in the opposite. I think Zoom meetings can help people against being too lonely at home, especially elderly people who are afraid to go outside, to being affected by the virus. So Zoom meetings really can help you to do something. And for all of us who are healthy right now and active, I think my advice is always go out to catch some sun, to be active outside as most as possible, because that's what you keep you healthy, physical and also mental.
It's so true. Sometimes I think we lose track of the simple things that that will give us joy, and to be mindful in that moment. And sunshine is certainly in Newfoundland gives us great joy when we get it. That's for sure. I'm going to give the last question. Thank you, by the way, Darren, for that question. Louisa asks, and of course, you know Louisa well from your coffee and conversation with us a few months ago. There is a committee called the Future of Rotary. What's coming from a transformational perspective that you don't mind leaking with us on this district conference?
Thank you. That's a great question. And by the way, that's a great committee. The name of this committee is Shaping Rotary's Future. And this is about changing the structure, the organizational structure of our organization, to look for better ways, for, yes, more efficient ways in the future. You know, every successful organization, every successful company is changing its structure from time to time. And Rotary has this structure for, I think, 60 years right now, without any change or just small changes. And, you know, it needs larger changes. So, you know, one of our major concerns right now in Rotary is that we are not attractive for young professionals, for Rotaract, for young leaders. That's our major concern. And our Rotary clubs becoming an average older and older and older and older. And I think we are working also to make our leadership younger. And so it starts with district governors, club president. Club president is not as a problem, but district governors. So my part of the world, we have 96 Rotary clubs in my district. The district I was visiting right now in Austria, there are 112 Rotary clubs in that district. So how can you be a district governor and not retired to visit all these clubs, including 30 Rotaract clubs? So then you're 120 in my district. So that's impossible. So we are looking for new ways to have leadership, to make young professionals or older, simply professionals, able to be district governors, to make it possible. So I think we are looking for a new structure. This structure should also be more regional, because, you know, it's Rotarians in Germany are different to Rotarians in your area. Rotarians in Taiwan are totally different, and in Korea again different. In India, it's again another world in Rotary. So there are so many different ways to attract Rotarians, and there are so many different ways to communicate with them. There are different ways in fundraising, totally different ways in fundraising, and also different service projects in all parts of the world. And this should be really reflect these differences in everywhere. And so this committee is right now working on a more regional approach, definitely regional communication to Rotarians all over the world. So these two major points: one, giving our leadership or the structure making sure that also younger Rotarians still working have the opportunity for leadership positions. That's number one. And number two, more regional approach to really look for more strength through this. I think that's the result and the major issue having this committee. And all of us can really excited because we are right now developing a pilot and going to the next council legislation to allow some parts in this world to run a different structure. That's behind this committee.
Fantastic. So more to come on that. Thank you so much, Holger. I'll just say that the chat has exploded. Everyone is saying you have made the meeting interesting. Everyone is very thankful for you speaking to us and taking these questions and answering them with so much care and concern. So I thank everybody for sending their questions, but I want to also share the good news that Jennifer Jones is on the Zoom line with us. And I know Holger wants to make an introduction about Jennifer to us. So Holger, take it away.
So Jennifer, can I see Jennifer? Where are you? somewhere here among these
Here, Holger.
nearly, yeah, hi, look at this.
I know, isn't it great to wear a t-shirt to a Rotary meeting? It's awesome.
Thank you, thank you. No, you know what I think? There's nothing to introduce. All of you know Jennifer Jones as good as I know her, probably. Jennifer is a really good friend. I think when we are chatting, and we have done this last week, I think for an hour. So that's so productive because we are really, our thinking regarding Rotary's future and Rotary's present, of course, is really in line. So I really always appreciating chatting with you, Jennifer. I think this is so productive, and I love it. And I think right now there's nothing to introduce, and I'm happy to see you, and I'm happy to see Valerie, and I'm happy to see all of you. And by the way, in the written duties for a Rotary International president, there's under one of these bullet points is written that I have to inspire Rotarians. But to be very honest, so when I'm chatting with all of you, you are inspiring me, and that's not written in my duties. So I would like to thank all of you. Jennifer, are you speaking right now?
I'm not sure if they can let us know. Yes, I think you're maybe turning it over to me.
Okay, that's a good reason to stay in this meeting. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Holger. And it is an absolute joy to be able to be here at your district conference. Rotarians in District 7810 and 7820, Governors John Slip and Ian Doyle, congratulations on getting everyone together, and congratulations for doing it on World Polio Day. What an awesome way to be able to raise awareness about what we're doing, at the same time all of the other incredible things that we do in our organization. And Holger, always wonderful to hear your thoughts. And yes, we are very much in alignment in our thinking, which is lovely, because I think that we have Holger and then President-elect Shaker from India, and then myself from Canada. And it doesn't matter, you know, Rotary exists without borders and boundaries, and we unite because of our common thinking. And so it's really wonderful to understand that we have some really solid continuity of leadership. And that's something that we very much want to mirror to our Rotary clubs and our Rotary districts as well, is that succession of leadership and building upon it and being able to support each other as we all transition through it together, because it's not my year, it's our Rotary. And I think that's very important for all of us to recognize. We're really lucky that you have Director Valerie on here as well. You've heard a little bit from her, and you'll hear more from her. We are in such good hands with Valerie at the helm of our zone. And of course, that includes the districts that are on this call. And so she is another dear friend and just a superstar director on our board. And so really glad to be here with all of you. So I did mention, I've got 10 minutes to spend with you. And I did mention that today, obviously, is World Polio Day. I started my day in Singapore and Brunei and Taiwan this morning, and I think there were a few other countries. And isn't that fabulous that we can sort of traverse the world through this virtual connectivity and have, you know, be able to get onto a call and actually recognize friends from all parts of the world. Even on this call today, it's so amazing to know that there's friends that I've met at various events and you know, different Rotary functions, and we get to spend this time together sharing and thought and ideas. I know I only have 10 minutes, so I'm not going to go to a Q&A format, but if you do have any questions, I'll try to monitor the chat room, and if there are any, I'll see that I'm able to answer them as we talk along. Now, one of the things I was asked to speak about today is my role coming in as our first female president of Rotary International. And I must tell you that that is, of course, something that I am enormously proud of and excited. I think that it is a signal for change, positive change in our organization. For the past at least 5 or 6 years, we have made a dedicated and concerted effort towards trying to increase our membership in the areas of members under the age of 40, our young professionals, and also with female members. And quite candidly, we, as much as we've made it a priority and we've said it out loud, we've really made a very negligible change, a very negligible bump over the past 5 years in both of those categories, cumulatively about 2%. And so I think, and I hope that this is a signal that for women and for younger members, that they see themselves authentically reflected in leadership in our organization and know that there are opportunities for growth of leadership for all of us. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I feel very strongly about is that I know that I was not selected as a woman candidate. I was selected because I was a qualified Rotarian. And that is one of the things that I know I will speak a lot about in the next couple of years, because it really is, in my opinion, about diverse perspective in our organization, creating that opportunity for us to hear from people from all different ages, genders, cultures, countries, everything. Because if we all thought the same, we wouldn't get very far. We're able to solve the world's most pressing challenges because we have this diverse perspective. And so it's incumbent upon us to try and look to our Rotary clubs, to our Rotary districts, to see how do we create this balance? And through this diversity, equity, and inclusion task force that Director Valerie is chairing, this is something that I know I'm going to place a lot of importance on, because it's those regional conversations like President Holger was talking about that are fundamentally important. Because, you know, the conversation in Japan might be very different than the conversation in India and very different from the conversation in Canada. But because we're Rotarians, we know that there are underpinnings that unite us all. There are things that we hold steadfastly true to, like our core values, the objects of Rotary, the four-way test. Those are sacred truths to us. Those are the things that don't change. But each of us individually in our regions, as we look at this shaping Rotary's future, have an opportunity to see, how do we move the needle in one area that might perhaps be different than the way we move the needle in another area. And so that's some of the thinking that I know you'll hear from me coming up into the future. Another thing that I like to frame, particularly from the perspective of bringing younger members into our organization, we of course need to bring our younger members in. We need to pay very careful and special attention to our Rotaractors, our interactors, our early actors in some areas of the world where school children are also included, and all of our alumni at varying different ages. We have no idea the impact that we make on them when they participate in our Rotary programs and for Rotaractors as members, as their clubs. One example that I want to give you, and I don't know how many of you had an opportunity to watch the US presidential debate on Thursday night. And Kristen Welker, who was the moderator, who I quite candidly thought did a brilliant job. And I was reminded after the fact, I had forgotten this, that she was a Rotary Ambassadorial Scholar. And she credits much of her success in life to what she learned when she went to Spain as an ambassadorial scholar. And we have people like this in our ranks all over the world. And so what I was going to say about younger members is that I like to think of this a little bit differently. I think that we need to be attracting young thinkers. And that's Rotarian members, family members, and participants from all age groups. And I know Holger says all the time, there is no wrong age to be in the family of Rotary. And so I think of it this way. Have you met a 25-year-old who's old? Have you met a 85-year-old who's young? I think you get my picture. We need progressive thinkers at all ages. On the call that I was just on in Singapore, one of the challenges that they had for World Polio today was to be able to have a step challenge and a weight loss challenge. And they started it back in August. And one of the members who walked over 1 million steps since August was 91 years old, a 91-year-old Rotarian. That's brilliant. And they came forward with their totals, and the winner was, I think, 2,300,000 steps. And if you break that down, that sounds kind of like, how can that happen? But if you break it down, it's really just doing over your 10,000 steps per day. And then Rotarians in the weight loss category, all losing, the winners were around the 20-pound mark, and or 8 point something kilos. And I go back and forth between our metric and the US system sometimes in my head. But you know, they talked about how, you know, we have to be healthy. And I think that that's something that a lot of us have been trying to do during this kind of time where we have had to stay in our homes and limit our capacity for interaction with each other. But I want to leave you with a thought, and I wrote it down as he was saying it. This was another one of the Rotarians that was there, and his name was Wee Ling Tay, and from Singapore. And he was reflecting upon this challenge of asking him to walk. And he said, "I've been living here for 72 years, and I have discovered through this walking challenge the beauty and serenity of our country." He says, "I travel overseas all of the time to find sunsets, and I have found that some of the best are in our own backyard." And then he concluded by saying, "Peace comes when we respect each other and our cultures and beliefs." And he attributed that to being able to walk in his community. So I challenge you to do the same. You know, after we're able to finish and conclude, if you've got sunshine on your doorstep today, get out and take a walk, because it is good for our mental health. One of the questions that you asked Holger earlier, it is good for us to be able to step out and see things sometimes a little bit differently, and then come back and, as Rotary leaders in our world, be able to share those thoughts with each other. So thank you today for including me in your meeting, and I look forward to hanging out here for a little bit longer. And happy World Polio Day, and thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you.
I have to leave right now for the next meeting. I think, thank all of you. And the most important thing is, still, even if it's in Zoom meetings, please enjoy Rotary. Please enjoy your service. I think that is so important. And the most important thing, please stay healthy. Thank you very much.
And Holger?
You're muted. Jennifer, you're muted. Once more, you're still muted.
Now?
Yeah.
I did text Jarita and tell her you were on a call, so she knows you're going to call her back.
Go ahead, Ian.
On the occasion of our first joint district conference and World Polio Day, I would like to thank our previous three speakers. It is an honor to have Rotary International President Holger Knack, RI President nominee Jennifer Jones, and RI Director Valerie Wafer make time to be with us today as we begin our journey towards becoming a stronger and inclusive new district. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to our Rotary family.
Thank you, Ian. If I could just follow that up briefly. First of all, I certainly recognize the challenges that the three of you, Valerie and Jennifer and President Knack, have faced in juggling the schedules, particularly on World Polio Day. We appreciate you making time for us today. And I was going to give a message to President Knack before he left, but now that he's gone, I'll offer it for the two of you. We're very proud that we have such strong Canadian content. This is an international conference. We have participants from Maine and Canada and perhaps France today. International conference, but there's a lot of Canadians on board here today, and we're very proud to have such a strong Canadian representation at Rotary International. Thank you for joining us and taking time to be with us.
Yeah, well said. Usually there's a time during the convention that I find I tear up, and this was the time, and it's just to be associated with such strong leaders and such powerful vision. And it's such a joy to see continuity and change hand in hand, so that we don't have to feel like the whole world's falling out from under us, which maybe we did a little bit earlier this year, and also realize that that fallout is the conduit to change. So this is wonderful. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much. Whew, all right, I got to pull the shards of my brain together here, and let's continue on with our district conference. That is a tricky one, and I thank you again, our sponsors, You, Me, and We, our presenter Suzanne Stevens, Avondale Kitchens in Jacksonville, New Brunswick, Heartland Developments in Moncton, and the Fox family of dealerships in New Brunswick. We needed your financial support, not as much as we usually do, but we needed your help today. And thank you so much for helping us make sure this conference would be so successful. So it's noon in the Maritimes. Everybody's got their own time going on. Sometimes it's gin and tonic time. Sometimes it's hammer time. It's all different times. But if we look at our watch, it's 12:29 in Newfoundland, 11:59 in the Maritimes. And there is a lot of stuff about happening. Darren's telling me it's 4 o'clock in the UK. That is high tea time for my famous 5 books for Mina Blyton. So have yourself a sandwich with the crust cut off. For those of us having sandwiches with crust cut off at lunch, this is the time to do it. Some people are going out with their bulbs and their blood meal, and they're going to plant their tulip bulbs to come up beautiful yellow and golden shades in the spring, which is just a phenomenal event. And that fundraiser, that was spearheaded by Pam Harris and by Stella. And we're just so excited to hear that tally. Nobody's telling the tally. We're all hanging on there for that. So that's fantastic. So I know some people are leaving. We're also having a memorial during the next half hour for the Rotarians who have unfortunately left us this year. As George Bernard Shaw says, life isn't about finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. And these Rotarians have created amazing legacies for us that we want to take a moment and remember what joy they have brought to our lives and how much we miss them and we don't forget them. So Holly, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to start the memorial presentation. And I'm also going to suggest that folks who want to plant their tulips, I see Stella's tulips are already in full bloom.
Just checking, are you able to hear that?
I was not.
Okay, just a moment then.
There's some blocks in the middle of the presentation. 2 big black blocks. meeting at different places. I'm sure folks are out at planting. And I also want to remind there is a presentation starting in 25 minutes with Doug Logan, Horn, past district governors, what next? And that's going to be a great presentation as well.
Hey, everyone. Oops, I don't want to end the meeting. So this is the time that you can go have a little snack. I have a couple other videos. I have the video of all of the clubs that sent pictures in on service projects and fundraising, which I'll show in about 10 minutes, just before Doug and Louisa are on task. So don't sign out. Lots of things are going to happen. You can just turn your video camera off if you would like, but we will stay on.
Thanks, Holly.
Holly, can I flip through some of the slides from the planting just casually while we're sitting?
Yes, very much so. Yes, Stella has the tulip slides. Thank you, Stella. That was awesome. So we also have another little presentation. Some clubs sent some pictures in of those who are fundraising and or service projects. So just a moment here. So was that was that super small? I just see the note now.
It was a little on the small side, but maybe we'll have a chance to look at it again. I don't think it was maximized to presentation mode.
Oh, well, that could be. The tech person would always mess the presentation up.
I wouldn't say that, my dear. I would say you're a superstar. But yeah,
Yeah,
we can see it again later, I'm sure.
No problem. Okay. We will have a copy of all the presentations and stuff on both websites. It's just a matter of us having that time to do that. So we will be gathering everything up together. Now I have to see, because I have some type of, I've lost the back of my page here. And
Thanks for that, Holly, because I was going to ask you that question, whether if we're going to get it recorded and shared. It's excellent.
Yes, we will have it.
Wonderful.
Holly, can you just tell me if my audio is okay? I know on occasion I've had some issues with audio. Is this satisfactory?
You're sounding fantastic today.
Hi,
Oh,
Louisa.
good afternoon. Thank you. Just checking.
And Doug is there. I see Doug now on the screen. So
He probably wants
Oh,
to
I've
do a
been
sound
hiding.
check too.
yeah, go ahead, Doug.
No, I just said I've been hiding. That's all.
Oh, you've been hiding.
I think the phrase is lurking. I was
Lurking.
lurking.
Lurking
Oh,
in the
no.
background.
You don't want to do that.
So we will, after Doug and Louisa, we have Chad Priest and Mike McGovern and a lot of big announcements. So you got to stay tuned to hear about the money at the end. Oh.
Holly, somebody asked if they'll get this slideshow. Do you want me to send it to you in a PDF, the one that I showed you, so you could distribute it?
Sure. Yep. Send everything to me that's been done today, and sometime over the next week, I'll try to get them uploaded. No, finish my toast. 3 o'clock this morning with an early breakfast. Now I'm starving.
You keep the same hours as Holger.
I could not get back to sleep. I'll sleep after this, though.
Oh, I'm sure. Listen, Holly, it's going superbly well. Well done. Very, very impressive.
It's a team effort.
Oh, I know that. I know that. Nice to see you, Louise. I saw you earlier on, and I was waving at you, but you probably never saw me.
I did. I waved back.
I did you? Okay.
Louisa, I was thinking of your GSE travels. This is my GSE travels to Ishikawa and Toyama. That's the t-shirts that we wore. So t-shirt change 3. I bet you had some nice colorful things in Malaysia.
If you had told me, I would have thought about that, but I didn't think about that. Doug could have done that too, probably. We've got various GSE people, but the t-shirt piece didn't occur to me. I missed that one.
I think I even have a pin.
Well, I've been looking for my polio shirt. I don't know where that disappeared to.
I have a poncho, an End Polio Now poncho, but I think it's just red. Make a lot of noise, a poncho. I think the sessions were great this morning, Holly. I'm so looking forward to seeing those recordings because, of course, you and I were lurking in the hallway in detention, and we didn't get to attend.
Holly, are you going to do the recording separately for each session separately? That would be great if you
That's
do
what
that.
I'm
so we
trying
can
to
use it.
do.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
For some reason, my recording is still on now, but I have stopped it in between. So I don't know what it's almost like it's not my recording button, which is weird. But you're going to have to teach me how to edit these now.
Okay, we can do that. I learned for coffee and conversation. It's not, and believe me, if I figured it out, it's not that hard.
Oh, well, there's hope for me then, Louisa.
Absolutely, David. I assure you, any normal mortal can do video editing with a free app.
Excellent, right.
And not
yeah.
only that, we have an expert within our district who is part of the zone team. So if you get stuck or want somebody that actually knows what they're doing, I know Brad Holland is on here, and he's
excellent.
the pro.
Oh, well, if Brad can send me his details, I'd be very interested.
Yep.
Excellent.
It's out 1 hour.
Brilliant, brilliant.
We needed some volume turned up, so it worked out well. We'll see those 2 videos this afternoon.
Ollie?
Yes.
Just before Miriam introduces Doug and Louisa,
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate everybody so far. I've been getting text messages, a few phone calls here at my house, and it's all positive.
Oh, that's good.
Even complimented Miriam about her lipstick. So
yeah,
anyway.
I put lipstick on, and I didn't get any free ones.
And I was very impressed at how Miriam kept Holger on the line.
I
Everything
know.
right up. Just perfect, absolutely perfect. And you all rock, as the grandkids would say, you rock.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, Holger coming in like just 1 minute before 11. And
Yeah, right.
I had all my little Louisa and Alana were on watch trying to find everybody.
Someone
So-
was asking what he was drinking. I was kind of wondering what you were drinking.
Oh, just orange juice at the moment, milk.
Anyway, just great. Maybe just one thing, sometime you fit it in there, how a person can access the recorded sessions.
Yeah, we will send an email out to all the participants, giving them the link.
Right on. Okay, I'll turn it back to you, and Miriam, you're doing a great job.
We have to talk up that survey, don't we, Bob?
Yes.
Fill out that survey so we can go from good to great.
Even Darren called me to throw in his congratulations to everybody, so that's great.
What a pleasure to have Jennifer and Holger and Valerie join us. It just it brings that dimension, right? We're so lucky in Atlantic Canada. We have our bubble. We have some normalcy,
Yeah.
but then boom, we're right at the Rotary International level,
Right.
and I'm here in the living room, in the kitchen
And
living.
if people are not inspired by what they're hearing so far, we got a problem. It's incredible. Turn it back to you.
I'm just checking. There's no videos that we missed from this morning that we haven't played yet. Have we, Stella? Except for the polio one, which many people have seen before anyway. So I think,
yeah, the 5 ways to do polio I can do. But yeah, no, I think we've done everything. If you've got some time to, or you don't have time to fill it, it's only 5 minutes. I can show the tulip slides again for a while, and you can stop me when you want.
okay. Well, we can show them at the, what's it now? Well, we only got 5 minutes, so we'll, 4 minutes now, so we'll wait.
According to my schedule, I should be introducing Doug and Louisa at this moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to do.
Let me start recording.
Excellent. So Doug Logan and Louisa Horn are going to talk to us about coming back stronger. I think Doug and Louisa are very well-known people, but if you don't know them yet, you have a treat in store for you. Both are powerful past district governors. Both are focused on change, focused on education, inclusion, diversity, changing the conversation so we're woke and we can think of new ways of doing things. I think Louisa and Doug have been bringing their gifts and working together and really brainstorming on some special and different ways that Rotary can stay relevant, stay involved, and create something new for the future, in fact. So without further ado, Doug and Louisa, take it away.
Thank you, Miriam. Sorry about that. Just hit the wrong button, and that happens as we do these technology things. So Doug and I are delighted to have an opportunity this afternoon just to share a bit of an idea with you that falls in line with what you were hearing from Holger and from Jennifer and from Valerie. The word change came up a lot. The word impact comes up a lot as we think about what we do, because I'm sure everybody can recite our vision statement around seeing a world where people unite to take lasting change. We want lasting change, right? Take action for lasting change around the world, in our communities and in ourselves. And we know that in this particular time of global pandemic, we've had lots of challenges to deal with. And so together with a number of others, we've devised a bit of an idea, a concept that we want to share with you today called Coming Back Stronger. And it's really an opportunity, Holger's favorite word, an engagement opportunity, because we know that we've got some challenges with engagement right now. And we know that we have lots of people who love to volunteer, who have time, obviously, on their hands. They have resources, And right now, during a pandemic, they have some well-being issues. We can hear it every day. I know on the news, pretty much every single day, we hear about the challenges that people are facing with being isolated and being at home. And for volunteers, that includes a loss of their identity. And so those volunteers obviously include Rotarians across North America. And this is a concept that is being discussed across North America. So that's part of the situation, that we have these volunteers. Then we also have a whole lot of people who have a variety of needs within our communities. And we know that a big part of that relates to their isolation. Holger mentioned that, the loneliness that people face, and the well-being issues. And you don't have to open very many newspapers or listen to very many news reports to hear about issues related to mental health. So we've got a gap. The gap isn't just that we're trying to be physically distanced. We've got a gap between our ability as Rotarians and other volunteers to both look at our own well-being and our own mental health and the challenges we face with isolation and other issues related to the pandemic. And we've got all of these people in our communities who are struggling with a range of different challenges. Many of these are seniors, but many are also single moms and others, and they're the volunteers themselves whose identity might be wrapped up in going to volunteer at the school, doing school lunch programs, breakfast programs, hospital volunteering, all of the things that we're not able to do. And so this is a concept that brings those different groups together, so to speak, to work with the volunteers themselves, but also to address the needs in our communities. Now, I said this is in the news, and it just so happened that this popped up on my feed today, and it was posted by Doctors Nova Scotia yesterday by a family physician who also publishes in the newspaper, who said nearly every patient I interact with is talking about concerns, challenges, upsets, losses, and fears, regardless of what they were coming to see them for. The discussions inevitably land in the realm of mental health. And we're seeing that as being a significant challenge. People have been also telling me that they felt alone, and they assume that they're the only one struggling. This is an opportunity for Rotary to take a very significant role in doing something with an impact that really addresses this, because we know that the collateral damage of what we're seeing right now with this pandemic can be astronomical. And that's both for ourselves as volunteers and the people in our communities. Doug.
Thank you, Louisa. Before I go any further, I really want to honor and acknowledge Ian and John and your teams for putting together the program that you did. I participated in the Indigenous Relations session. That was awesome. And I think I established some really good connections out of that. So I just really wanted to acknowledge that. And I also want to point out, Louisa and I don't have any intention of speaking at you for the full 30 minutes. So if there is time and there is an opportunity, we would really welcome comments, feedback, suggestions in chat once you've heard about it. So Louisa and I have been thinking about this and talking about this for a number of months now. And as we got deeper and deeper into the conversation, what began to happen is that we began to have a better and better understanding of resilience and what resilience really involved. And a lot of that comes from, thanks to Dr. Michael Unger and his team at the Resilience Resource Center that Louisa connected us with out of Dalhousie University. And they have a fundamentally important way of framing our understanding of resilience that really, really is important for us. Most of us think about, well, resilience is being tough, being rugged, and just responding to the adversity that we face and then getting on with it. But in fact, it's much more than that. It's two things, R2, ruggedness and resourcefulness. It's all about how strong and rugged we are, yes, but it's also about our ability to tap into resources. Okay, Louisa, next slide. So you can see if there are a few problems, we really can rely on ourselves to solve the problems, because the need for resources isn't very great. Next one. When problems are many and complex, and when they increase, we need more resources, and we fundamentally have to be able to tap into those resources. And if you think about your own life and your own experience, and when you've encountered the many difficulties that we all face, you have reached points in time where your ruggedness was called upon, but also your ability to tap into resources. And you either had the capacity to do that, or you had someone or some group of people that helped you to do that. Okay, Louisa? So when we're in a pandemic, I should point out these slides are from Michael Unger at Dalhousie University. When we're in a pandemic, we're really challenged and our resources are stretched. So our challenge is to learn and understand how we can begin to respond to that. Louisa. And here you see what Dr. Unger has framed as for us to really understand in more detail the rugged qualities, and they've done an enormous amount of research, the rugged qualities that help us be able to respond, things like gratitude and self-confidence, our ability to problem solve, to be physically active, to eat well, get lots of sleep, have an optimistic approach. Those are fit into the resources that we need. And what we need are structure, culture, basic needs, a sense of accountability and responsibility, a powerful identity, a sense of control, and supportive relationships. If we have one without the other, we do not have the strong ability to come back stronger. If we have ruggedness, but we don't have the ability to tap into resources, we can't move forward. And if we have the resources but aren't rugged, again, we can't move forward. Louisa.
So this inspired us, this thinking and working with Dr. Unger, as well as some inspiration from an initiative that started in the United States. It's kind of come and gone a little bit, but it was a very inspirational idea where Rotary was involved with a number of partners that were looking at mobilizing 1 million volunteers. They had a big goal. And it had varying success in different parts of the country, but it was very inspirational in terms of the recognition that for Rotary to really have more impact in our communities and to grow. We talk a lot about growing Rotary, but we know that's not likely to happen by onesies and twosies as we go forward. And we need to find ways to spread our reach in different ways. And that's part of the thinking around this Shaping Rotary's Future. I had asked Holger about that because I've been involved in a number of those conversations about the significant shifts that are being considered both structurally and organizationally in terms of what Rotary will need to look like going forward, because it will need to look quite different, not just because of COVID, but just because of the continued challenges from a membership perspective and a recognition of the impact that we've had and how we could do better with that. And so partnerships are a key part of that. And that's something that we've worked on a bit in this district over the last little while. And it's a core part of this particular initiative. It's about having partners and not attempting to just be Rotary that does one thing ourselves, not that there's anything wrong with that, but to have a huge impact on a very significant community issue. We would need partners. So the initial partners that we have been collaborating with in putting this whole concept together have been the United Way of Halifax. However, what you need to know is that the United Way of Halifax entered into these conversations only because they saw this as a way for them to bring together United Way all around Atlantic Canada. And so they have already done that. And we've had letters of support from the United Way in Calgary and elsewhere. So every conversation that we've had across the country has led to more support. So United Way of Halifax is listed here because they were the initial conversation that we had, but it has already spread farther in terms of interest from United Ways elsewhere. Similarly, the Community Foundation of Nova Scotia has been part of the conversation right from day one. And you may know we had a relationship last year with the Community Foundation of Prince Edward Island to look at an initiative to start figuring out how does Rotary do these kinds of bigger partnerships. Well, again, the Community Foundation of Nova Scotia was interested if, in fact, we were looking at it at least Atlantic. So they've talked to their partners and we've had conversations with them as well. But the Nova Scotia group was the initial one. And then, of course, as Doug mentioned, the Resilience Research Center at Dalhousie University with Dr. Michael Unger, who's a world-renowned researcher and consultant around building resilience in individuals and in communities. So we've worked together to create what could be an incredibly powerful community resilience development approach to helping people deal with the challenges they're facing now and as we go forward. Together, we've looked at funding opportunities. We just this past week made it into the funding application for some federal money that we're hoping to be able to access to help us put this together. But we also, as I said, have support and interest in Alberta and elsewhere with United Ways, looking at different communities that have challenges with resilience. For example, there's a community in Calgary of some new Canadians that are certainly challenged that we may target as a group to start there. So the partners are critical to this. It's not something that Rotary should or could be doing on our own. And so we're pretty excited to see the response we've had from some significant partnership opportunities. Again, back to Holger's favorite word, opportunity, to extend our reach considerably. So far, these are the partners that have been involved.
So here's the idea, and here's the opportunity for you, and a way in which you can support and help us in moving forward and coming back stronger. You know your communities far better than we do. Louisa talked about interest in Calgary. We've talked to people in various areas of Ontario and Eastern United States as well. And we've had conversations about different groups of people. So in Calgary, they're concerned about members of the Sudanese community who face a whole unique variety of challenges. In one community in Ontario, they're very concerned about youth and so on. The groups in your community could be seniors, it could be youth, it could be people with mental health issues and so on. And the design works like this. In collaboration with the Resilience Research Center at Dalhousie, we would train Rotarians, community partners, and other volunteers on resilience, on what it takes to engage and involve the community. So the result would be that you, as Rotarians or others, would be better prepared to understand your own capacity to come back stronger, but more importantly, to begin to work with others to help them to do the same. And then the idea would be that you would reach out in your community to the people in your community that you've identified yourselves through a cluster. And the cluster, the idea of the cluster is very simple, that as Rotarians, you and your fellow Rotarians would provide leadership, an opportunity to lead in your community towards improving whoever it is that you identify.
Awesome. So that's the concept. Now that you're probably still thinking, what does that actually look like and what does that mean? It's still preliminary days, and part of our interest today is having the opportunity to sort of launch some of the conversation in a broader way with you all, and to get your questions and to get your comments and to get a sense of whether or not this kind of broad-based dive into your community in a deeper way in partnership with other significant organizations is something that resonates with you. It's resonated with the people we've talked to so far, but this is the first time we've had an opportunity to bring it to you. And so I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now, and hopefully we can open things up and have a bit of a conversation about what can engagement in our communities and what can having significant impact as Rotarians in our communities on significant challenges today and going forward, what can and should that look like, and what are your thoughts on that?
So Louisa, Barb Pate has put a question in, what are some examples of what could be done in a community with this initiative model? I'll go right back to the Sudanese community in Calgary. Louisa talked about the response. So Rotarians in Calgary have been very concerned. The rate of infection in the Sudanese community in Calgary is way above that of the general population. Part of the reason for that is a lot of those folks are people who work in the meatpacking industry. And you probably have seen the press in relation to that. So how this model would work with them is as good an example as any. So the Rotarians, the United Way, the city of Calgary, because they already have a three-way partnership, would be the core group that would begin by receiving the training from Dr. Unger and his team on resilience, to strengthen their own individual resilience, to better understand how they could do the same in the cultural context there, and to begin work with that community. But to begin to work with that community in the way that works for that community, which would be entirely different than, say, the group of youth in the Ennismore area of Ontario.
Or another example could be, I'm personally aware of a number of volunteers in the Halifax area, mostly retirees, who volunteer actively in a couple of different areas. Some of them are volunteers at the hospital and go there 3-4 times a week, pre-COVID. Or they're very involved in cultural volunteering. So for the symphony, for example, Symphony Nova Scotia, and they're there 3 or 4 times a week. That's been gone for months. So those folks now have had their own identities really challenged by this. And it's very hard once those habits have changed to come back. And even if everything turned around in a couple of months and the vaccine is available and we're all able to go back out and do those things, many people are not going to be for quite some time. That group of people is struggling from a resilience and an isolation perspective. And maybe they're targeted with trained Rotarians, some of whom could also be those volunteers, who then can address some of the issues within that particular group, if that's who they choose to work with.
So if I can just build on what Louisa said, one, we probably haven't been clear enough is Rotarians in their clubs have been particularly challenged. It's not just volunteers, it's us as Rotarians in our ability to do what we want to do as Rotarians. The way we meet has been challenged. We struggle to do that. We have clubs that have gone dark, that are waiting for it to pass so that they can get back to doing things the way they were. Well, we can't look at doing things the way we always have. When the pandemic passes, when we all have our vaccinations and we're feeling comfortable, the world is going to look quite different. The expectations people have are going to be quite different. So this creates an opportunity for us as Rotarians to be leaders in our community, to bring ourselves and our clubs back together in a new way for a different purpose.
I just had a comment on chat, which is an excellent one, about the fact that we mentioned the United Way and community foundations as potential partners, and I didn't mention Toastmasters. And that's true. Toastmasters are an excellent opportunity in terms of how this can go forward. We started with the United Way and the community foundations because we had a structure there where the leaders of those groups could very easily mobilize regionally, and they are organizations that are built on volunteers in the community now. So we wanted the United Way, which obviously is very well aware of where some of the most significant needs are in the communities from the groups that they work with, and the Community Foundation, which is very focused on building capacity and developing ways for communities to be supported. And so we started with them, but that's by no means an exclusive list of partners. And the Toastmasters would be an awesome one to add to that once we get the concept fully worked out with our volunteer partners. But thank you for bringing that up.
So Martin asked if we had more detail. And for those of you who are interested, Martin, I'll send you a document that we put together. And if others are interested in being able to read in more detail, the background, the concept, and the context, we would be more than happy to share that with you.
We've had I'll just say with the up to really think about because of a couple of different funding opportunities that we applied for. So one was a very extensive application process, which we were not successful with, the first one, but that was okay. We didn't expect to be, but it was a great way to help us bring some of it together. And then this past week, as I said, we submitted an application for some federal funding, which our local MP, Andy Fillmore, wrote a letter of support for. So I'm quite hopeful about that one, because having his letter of support doesn't hurt for some federal money. As well as an organization in Nova Scotia called Aging 2.0, which is a very active group working with seniors and with the well-being of seniors that would also be an excellent partner. So those things have given us the structure and sort of forced us to be able to write some things down about it, but it's still very conceptual and very much coming together as an idea at this point.
So quickly, because I see time is the number of things have come in. Alex asked about the training. So one of the issues is we need money, and we need money so that we can engage with the Resilience Research Center. The training they would provide would be much more in-depth training on resilience and the concepts of resilience, the concepts of community activation, community development. And so on. And a key piece to link that into the comment from Lorianne, that would become a piece of the training. So moving from doing for or doing to people to engaging and doing with, because that's the key. This is not about us going and being do-gooders. This is about finding a means and a vehicle that we can become partners with, not just other organizations, but other people to improve everybody's resilience.
Another thing I should add that I didn't mention before is that we did 2 significant focus groups. We had some Rotarians involved, but we also had volunteers that were identified through the United Way and the Community Foundation. So over 50 people in total participated in 2 facilitated focus groups that Dr. Unger facilitated. And he was able to then put together what would be an outline of some initial curriculum. And we were able to support that with some funding that was freed up by things that I did not do last year in serving in a leadership role. There was obviously some flexibility with budget towards the end of the year, especially without a lot of travel happening. And so we were able to do that initial work with Dr. Unger just to get a bit of a validation and an idea of how this might work. So that was an important piece of this. And someone asked if ISANS, the Immigrant Settlement Association of Nova Scotia, would be a potential group that we would work with. And absolutely, that would be the sort of group that through the United Way and others could be identified as being a community to start with or have a cluster.
So I see a number of people have asked for a copy of the document. So we'll work with Holly to grab the names and we'll send everything out to you if you've asked for it.
So I see a question, is the ultimate goal to filter funds down from the district to clubs for collaborative community projects? That was certainly not a goal at any point in the process. The goal right from the beginning was impact. How do we have more impact, and how does Rotary play a more significant role in addressing the most critical community issues that we have, and how can we do that through development of partnerships? So there was never any thought, and now that you mention it, it's an interesting thing to think about in terms of how there could be funding for it, but that was never part of the thinking.
Yeah, it is interesting. I have to give some thought to that. I think really the model is going to rely on you in your community to identify what the issues, the unique issues in your community are. But also we need your help to find the money. Frankly, we need money to get the training. It is working with Michael to this point in time. They've got gold that we just need we would benefit significantly from. So, but it has to we got to build it from you and from your community.
And just to give you an idea of the kinds of things Michael Unger does, he works around the world on resilience projects. So one of his projects right now is working with young people in a small community in northern Alberta that is struggling with the loss of oil and gas as a core of their economic base. And so those young folks are struggling with addiction problems, with suicide, with leaving their communities. There's all kinds of things. So he is the guy in there working with group resilience develop. This is the sort of thing that he does on a regular basis. And so, you know, that we're pretty happy in terms of the partnership that he brings to us. But the identification of the groups and the problem in your community, or problems, or maybe a particular club chooses a particular area to work on, that's totally open. We're not saying it needs to be one versus another. As you've heard, everything from New Canadian community to seniors to single moms to whoever is struggling with the impact of this, but it starts with the volunteers themselves. So we've said very clearly, first we have to help our volunteers ensure they're resilient before they can become mentors or coaches or supporters or facilitators or whatever word we choose to help others with the same thing.
So there's a question from Barb around the initial investment. And the investment that, if you're thinking about your club, what the club might need to be able to put forward, it probably doesn't have to be very big. We've already started conversation with Rotarian in Pennsylvania, who is apparently a master at getting funds from the Rotary Foundation. So our conception is to develop partnerships with other communities in other areas, other countries, and work things that way. So we did put in an application for some money, but that could be leveraged as part of a bigger project or grouping of projects.
And I see people are mentioning other places or asking, what about this, what about that in terms of funding? So far we've just been us. We haven't had an opportunity yet to go a lot farther in terms of looking at funding applications, because as you know, it's not a small job to put together an application for funding, and it required contributions from our partners. So the first one we did, as I said, was an excellent sort of experience to go through, even though we didn't have much hope of the funding. It was for millions, so we thought, why not? Just try it and learn how to do this. But it was a great exercise, because it meant that, again, we had to develop those relationships. So the executive director of United Way, the executive director of Community Foundation, Dr. Unger, they all had to write and contribute pieces to help us do that. So now we've got that. So this last one that we did last week was pretty easy to do, and Doug and I pulled it together in 24 hours or so by the time we got the letters of support. The letter of support from Andy Fillmore, I got in 6 hours to get that letter back from him from first asking for it. So we're starting to get some pieces together, and we're certainly open to looking at application for other funding. We'd like help, and we'd like to now extend this a little bit, because it's not a trivial job to do that, but we're certainly open to it.
So I see our time has almost run out. I just want to make one last comment and an observation to those of you who are thinking about it. And perhaps if you're wondering about the purpose of your club or the focus of your club or how you can move forward and so on, I think that based on the response that we have been getting from people, that people, somehow there's something about this that really resonates with people. And if you think about yourselves in your community and begin reaching out and having that conversation with others in your community, I think that you will find that it resonates well. And one last quick comment. Thank you very much, John Slip, for linking this with the other issues and the other conversations that are going on this morning. And thank you for taking the leadership to bring us as part of the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. It's a lot to think about in a short period of time. It's about resiliency for our own Rotarians. It's about partnerships in the future. It is definitely the beginning of a blueprint for some incredible change, positive change, and I mean, change that's still unknown and uncharted. So this is this is something, it's a good time to have it at lunchtime, because then we had a little bit of energy to chew on this and chew on our lunch as well. So there's a lot to consider. And I really, I could see the chat. People want a copy of this, and I'm sure Holly will have all of this available in a location that everyone can get it, whether you've asked for it or not, you can still get it. And we're so lucky to have Louisa and Doug at our fingertips on our speed dial to help ourselves move forward with this, and especially clubs who are finding themselves wondering what next, where are we now, what do we do now? So this is a perfect blueprint for that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I think we're lucky enough to have Chad Priest has joined us already. Chad Priest is the CEO of the American Red Cross. Are you there, Chad?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be with you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I saw a wonderful thing on social media that basically Zoom is 21st century seance. Are you there? Can you hear my voice? Who is with you? Right? So we're having a seance with you, Chad, and we're so looking forward to hearing from you and meeting you. How else would we meet you if it wasn't for Zoom? Chad, as I mentioned, is the CEO of the American Red Cross Indiana. He's an adjunct assistant professor of emergency medicine at the Indiana University School of Medicine and the program director of the Disaster Medicine Fellowship Program. Certainly, I think you caught some of those comments, Chad, about resilience. And I see your research and scholarship interests include international disaster risk reduction, healthcare emergency management, crisis leadership, and community resilience to disasters and crisis events. You are a frequent international presenter on issues related to healthcare, emergency management, and disaster medicine and nursing. Thank you so much, Chad, for being our keynote speaker today. We have, well, almost 200 people very interested in hearing your remarks, so I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. What an honor to be with you on World Polio Day, no less. It's an important day around the world, and just a pleasure to be asked to be with you. I'm gonna hit my little timer so I know how much time I have going. And I'll share my screen, and hopefully I'll still be visible in a little video box at the same time, so that you don't have to just stare at a PowerPoint. I know many of you probably are on these Zoom meetings for work, so that you are on one for civic duty is a great thing. So let me just first start by thanking you for the work you do through Rotary clubs all over Canada, the US, and France. So here is my screen. Let me share it and get started. We are today talking about good news stuff. And so, you know, it may at times feel that it isn't great news, but it is good news. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk today. So first, can someone, I can't see you, but at least tell me that you can see this.
That's very clear, Chad.
Okay, yes, the yellow helps. Well, listen, it's just a pleasure to be with you to talk about how we build resilient communities during COVID-19 and beyond. And it's just a real pleasure, as it was stated. Je m'appelle Chad Priest, je suis le directeur de la Croix-Rouge d'Indiana, des États-Unis. You know, je parle un petit peu français, mais je, you know, s'il vous plaît, je parle en anglais maintenant pour la présentation. Et si tu avais une question, etc., by all means, try me. My French is not great, but I take it seriously and earnestly. And it's funny, when you work in, I work a lot in West Africa, and what's funny is that when I go and I'm speaking French there, and I come back here and I realize what little help it is. And so even if I can say things, I'm finding that doesn't translate super well. Some disclaimers, if I can first. The first is that we, you know, I don't represent anybody here but myself, and you know, and the usual rule, you know, things there sort of apply. I'm going to keep the chat box open, and actually, I'm pretty able to move back and forth. So if you've got a question or you want me to address something, I can sort of peer over there and do it. So let's state the obvious, shall we? we have been in unprecedented times for some time now. And I don't know about you, but I would like to be in precedented times, and hopefully soon, because I am tired, like many of you are, I know, of being in such a serious situation. Having said all of that, we're in no, it's not going to be some quick thing that comes out. So here's what's going on around the world, kind of the assessment of the things around us. Obviously, we're facing an increased frequency of these sort of existential global public health crises. So a note, by the way, on pandemics. It's easy to feel sorry for ourselves. There's nothing surprising about the current pandemic we're in. There's nothing unpredictable about the current pandemic we're in. The only thing, of course, that we can predict is when these things happen. On average, about every 35 years, the world faces a huge pandemic. Of course, I said on average, it's not like every 35 years the world faced a pandemic. And so we've really had an extended period of time where most humans who are alive have not seen what is happening, right? We've never seen this type of pandemic before, but it's absolutely not a new phenomenon. Of course, we're still in the middle of the last huge global pandemic, which is the HIV/AIDS pandemic. So just to give you some perspective. But at any rate, as we look at threats around the world, these global public health crises are increasing in large measure because of our proximity to vectors. That's certainly the case of the hemorrhagic fevers that we saw breaking out. We continue to see breaking out in places in Africa where we hadn't seen them before. So at any rate, so that's one thing that we could say is going on. The other is that natural disasters, even if they're not increasing in number, are changing in impact. And this is a tragic picture of in California, of the California wildfires. The fires that occurred in the United States this year are without question some of the worst wildfire season we've ever seen. But these disasters are increasing in impact, if not necessarily in, and so much of that has to do with where people are living. And of course, around the world, we're changing where we live. 68% of the entire population is going to live in an urban area by 2050. Just read that carefully. This represents a massive shift in, and it's a shift that's been going on for some time, in how humans live and where they live. And so when people are congregated together, the risk from any of the things we've talked about, whether it's a public health crisis or a natural disaster, increases dramatically. Now, there's nothing about urban life per se that I think makes things riskier, and we'll talk about why I say that later. But just the proximity of people. I do a lot of work in the country of Liberia and Monrovia, a country that the downtown, the city of Monrovia was built for about 250,000 people, 250,000 people. Well, there's upwards of 2 million people now living in Monrovia, and that's a result of people fleeing the countrysides over 20 and 30 years of war. These sort of patterns, of course, are taking place all over the world. Here's just a very clear example of that as we talk about those who are displaced through migration, at least through 2019. And we've seen the horrific pictures around the world of people doing seemingly anything to have a better life. Anything, whether it's crossing the border of the United States from Mexico, if you're a migrant from Mexico or Central America, or whether it's going through Europe and trying to get in through Greece after a long boat ride. Humans around the world are suffering, they are hurting, and they are looking for safety. And that is driving where people live for certain. So the good news is that there is hope. There is hope. I promise you, there is some hope here. So I'm definitely the sort of speaker that you probably wouldn't want to invite to a cocktail party. They're like, oh, Chad's coming. This ought to be fun. Will it be light conversation? He'll probably talk about awful, terrible things around the world. No, I'm here with a message of hope. And I hope that, not to overuse the word, but I hope that you see that. And the good news is it's not hope like, wishful thinking. It's hope like science. And, at least your neighbors to the south, we're struggling with this right now. We're struggling with the idea of taking evidence, using the scientific method and coming up with answers. But the good news is I have some answers for you about resilience. And I loved hearing the previous presentation about how some of your clubs will be sort of pivoting to try and do work that's community focused. You always do community focused work, but community based. And I think that's something that maybe we can talk about today. So what is the first recap of this section? The world. It's complicated. Things aren't going great for a lot of people around the world. But here is the hopeful part. So let me ask a question. You don't have to answer the question. You can maybe think about it in your head. This is a professor's trick. What's the difference that makes a difference between communities that bounce back well after a crisis and those that don't? So assumed in my question is that all communities can and will be impacted at some point by some types of disasters. Now, of course, communities are not impacted equally by crisis. Stitch that on a sampler and put it by your door, right? Not all communities are impacted equally by crisis, but some communities seem to bounce back better when bad things happen than others. We can measure that. We can measure that in the speed of recovery. So it could be an economic measurement. How fast did the community's businesses come back, for example, after a crisis? We could measure that in other ways. We could have people's self-reported sense of community and how was that shaped by crisis. But in general, there's an answer to this, and that is this idea of resilience. And there are lots of ways to talk about resilience and think about resilience. And so let's jump right into it because it is super exciting. So resilience, are there any engineers here? You can raise your hands. I'm not an engineer. I'm a nurse. I'm an advanced practice nurse. I'm a lawyer. That means my addition skills are rudimentary and limited, and I couldn't have been an engineer. But engineers really brought us the first concepts of resilience, and they talked about it primarily in materials, right? This is the idea of things that spring back. They have an elasticity to them. It's how bridges work. It's how we're able to have bridges. If we just made bridges that didn't move or pivot, we would find pretty quickly they, under stress, would crack. And this turned out to be a wonderful analogy for all sorts of things. And so sometimes we think about resilience as this capacity to recover from difficulties, or our toughness. You may have heard the word saying, oh, that person is so resilient. They're very tough. We now have new words to describe this, like anti-fragile. So these are not new concepts. That every 20 or 30 years, a group of academics, we make up new words for these things. Resilience is kind of the word du jour. I think it's a great model. I think it's a great way for us to think about it. It won't be the only one, and it won't be the last. There are two ways, maybe there's actually more than two ways, but there's at least two ways to think about resilience. And one is this individual resilience model. And so this picture here of my good friend Vanny is the PhD prepared former CEO of the only tertiary care hospital in all of the country of Liberia. Like many Liberian expats around the world, when a new president was elected in Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in Liberia, Vanny McDonald answered the call and went back home to run the hospital there. I've never seen anyone as resilient as this woman. She single-handedly kept open the hospital during the peak of Ebola. I saw her lead in a way that just really struck me as the model of resilience. I think individual resilience is super interesting. I don't know anything about it, and so this is the last time we'll talk about it in this talk. We leave that to traditionally psychologists and maybe very adventurous sociologists. But even the most adventurous sociologists should take pause before they get too far into individual resilience. The second is this idea of community resilience. And community resilience is a little different concept. And I want to talk to you today about thinking about communities as units, as things. Communities have life, they have identity, they can be measured, we can talk about them. Communities are, as we'll discuss, not simply the sum of their parts. And if you are about to embark on community work, I think this is a concept that will be very important to you. So what are some things to know about community? So communities give members of community voice. Communities are inherently empowering. And if you live in a community that is cohesive and tight-knit, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what this means. You feel as though you have agency inside a community. If you don't live in one of those communities, find a time you went somewhere where you were a stranger and imagine what that felt like. You could be in your own city, your own town. You don't have to leave the country. But in those situations, you really get the sense that there's an empowerment from being in community that gives us voice. Community builds resilience. We're going to talk all about that. Community improves lives. We know without a shadow of a doubt that those who live in communities that have certain characteristics have better quality of life as measured in any number of ways. Community is inclusive. It has the opportunity to involve all of us and every person. Community is not an accident. Just pause. Community is not an accident. Community is built. Communities are nurtured and stewarded and created. They are curated. You know, most importantly, community takes work. I love the idea that you're embarking on these community-based initiatives. And it's funny, we're doing a lot of that right now in the organization I lead. And I was telling someone the other day that community work is messy. It is inherently messy. So how many of you are used to projects where you say, I have identified the problem, I am going to make a plan to solve it, I'm very good at that, I'm going to track that solution, and then I'm going to measure my outcome. You know, I'm going to use, what do we call them now, SMART goals, you know, that I can measure and put on a chart. Well, you're in for a rude awakening because those things, while maybe have roles, they may have roles, generally speaking, that's not how community works. Community is essentially about process. And for those of us who like to have bows on things and tie them up, process can feel very messy. But in that messiness is gold. There are gold in them, there are hills, as they say. And so learning to sit with that complexity is such an important opportunity for us. So I'm going to tell you some things about community resilience that you just sort of have to believe. All right, you got to believe them, otherwise the rest of the presentation doesn't work. All right, so listen, I don't have to convince you of these now because you're all living through the world's largest disaster, right? So for everyone alive, we're in the largest disaster for everyone that's been alive, except for those maybe 103 or 104 years old. And that first is, there is never going to be enough stuff in crisis. Okay, I don't care how good of a logistician you are. I don't care how much of a prepper you are. I don't care how much stuff you would put in the basement. You know how many supplies we could buy for a city or town. There will never, ever, ever be enough. There will never be enough doctors and nurses and public health workers. There will never be enough supplies. There will never be enough of any of that. Emergency planners, they know this already, right? And so we go through these phases of emergency planning around the world, and we had an SOS phase that lasted during the Cold War. We call it stuff on shelves. We don't really call it stuff, but this is, I'm in public. But the SOS, the stuff on shelves plan, is doomed to failure. And you know this if you've ever taken any real attempt at building a stockpile of stuff. Now, I run the Red Cross in the entire state of Indiana, parts of Ohio, Kentucky, and Illinois. It's a huge organization, 4,000 plus volunteers and staff and 49 offices. I probably should have a huge basement filled with disaster supplies, right? I should be able to walk down to my basement and live for a month, if something goes wrong. I'm sorry to tell you, the emperor has no clothes. In my basement, you will find crate after crate of really good wine. You will find some water. You will find toilet paper, something that COVID-19 has taught us here. And that's really about it. Now, am I saying you shouldn't have a plan, that you shouldn't be prepared for disasters? Of course not. What I'm saying is none of us will ever be able to rely on a stockpile of crap in our basements, okay? When we honor and acknowledge that, it changes the way we plan for crisis. Stick with me. That's number one. Number two, every single community, particularly those that are already experiencing disparity, right? They have the ability, they do, to strengthen their ability to rebound from adversity. If you don't believe that communities can do this, then it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go work with them, right? Or to be invited in by them. So if you view a community as helplessly reactive or problematic, you've already probably created a barrier to effectively partnering with those folks. I've already told you, we shouldn't view individual members of communities helplessly reactive in crisis, because they aren't. It turns out humans are really wired well for disaster. We do certain things for one another that is well understood, that sociologists have studied for a long time. And we are naturally inclined to help one another. That is our natural reaction. Sometimes we set up structures in our community that actually make it hard for us to do that, or that disincentivize that. And that's a very serious aspect of things that we worry about. And finally, we don't just add up how resilient everyone is. This is a great example. So you would think that when we talk about individual resilience, someone that was very wealthy and in very good health would probably be more resilient than someone who is maybe less wealthy and in ill health. And I would agree with you, generally speaking, that that's probably true. The question, does it follow then that neighborhoods full of rich, healthy people are necessarily more resilient than neighborhoods that aren't? Answer, absolutely not. And indeed, there are some elements of communities with a lot of wealth that actually lead to isolation. And we're going to talk more about that, but the preview of coming attractions is you got to know your neighbors in order to have community. And so, you know, it's just, this is a real challenge because it focuses us to shift from people as, oh, that person needs assistance and they need my help, right? And instead to saying, well, how is this person, what are the strengths that this person's already bringing to this problem? And how can I use my privilege, my money, my connections in the community to amplify and accelerate their work? Very different set of questions, I think, as we work with communities. So what makes a community resilient? Now, you could ask those of us who work in this space this question and get about a bazillion answers. I am going to use what I consider to be pretty decent research. It's not great. The research here is not great. It's evolving and emerging, but there are a few things that I think it's fair to say we know about communities and what makes them resilient. And the first, without question, is the physical and psychological health of communities. Communities that are healthy, that have access to healthcare, that don't have existential worry about water and sanitation and basic, you know, disease prevention and control, are able to bounce back better when bad things happen to them. This is sort of intuitive. We can take the COVID-19 virus as an example. Communities that are hit the hardest by COVID-19 and that are struggling the most to bounce back are those that already had pre-existing conditions in the community, right? So pockets of people with certain chronic diseases, let's say diabetes, right? Those, by the way, in some countries, especially in the United States, almost entirely fall along racial boundaries, right? So we know that communities of color, Latinx communities in the United States are struggling not because of their color. There's nothing, you know, the immutable characteristics don't matter. It's all of the pre-existing conditions in those communities that have made it harder to recover. I think we understand this sort of intuitively. By the way, I will always show pictures of the Rotary doing polio work, always. And if I don't say it enough, just thank you, thank you, thank you from the entire planet for the work that Rotary does. It's just, I mean, it's ridiculously important. You, of course, all know that. I don't need to tell you. So the other thing we know matters to the resilience of community is social and economic equity and well-being. And I say equity here on purpose, right? On purpose. I'm not talking about equal opportunity. I'm talking about equity. And equity does not mean everybody has the same amount of stuff necessarily, like material stuff, but it does mean something different than you have the chance to make it someday. And depending on the country I'm in talking to, that is either, well, a duh, or that's a profound statement. And this, of course, reflects the divergent worldviews of people all over the planet regarding helping our neighbors and how we think about it. But this concept actually in the public health sphere first came about in England in these very famous studies called the Whitehall studies. And they examined English social service workers. These were people that worked for the NHS or something equivalent. I'm not even sure if it was the NHS, to be honest with you. And they looked at them and they said, okay, let's control for some variables and look at various measures of health. And one of the things they said was controlling for income. Let's find people that make the same amount of money. Are there differences in the health outcomes for people of one grade of civil service versus another? So maybe you're I'm not familiar with the British civil service system, so I'll just make something up for analogy. Maybe you're a level 6 manager, and we're looking at your health outcomes compared to a level 8 manager who might be called the director, okay? But yet you make the same amount of money. Well, guess what? Just having a different title created different health outcomes in the person with the title. This is one of the most profound things to help us understand how inequality drives health outcomes. So you writ large, inequality can work in lots of very complicated ways, right? So we know a lot about allostatic load in poor communities and hormones and how literally being poor can change the way your body experiences the world around you, right? So these are ways of thinking about these things, but they're very important. All right. Here's a great example of the criticality of understanding equity. And I'm using health example here. Here's life expectancy in North America. And as you can see, are in at least portions of North America. And as you can see here, there are some pretty striking examples in the Nunavut territories, for example, in Canada, the southern part of the United States. And you don't have to know anything about health. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a public health worker to look at this map and start to make some assumptions and to come up with some theories about why life expectancy looks different in these places. I don't know if your theories will be right, but I bet they probably would be. Because what you would probably latch onto are those social determinants of health, right? It cannot be that the people of Tennessee or Alabama are genetically different in some way than the people of Minnesota. That's not true. So why is it that in Tennessee, you live less than you do if you live in Minnesota, right? So these are the things to think about. I'm going to give you a really striking example of this very same thing. This is the interstate map of New Orleans, Louisiana. And this map shows life expectancies based on where you live inside a city. So when we talk about a nation's life expectancy rate, it's too big to even understand. These are averages of averages. But look at one community, New Orleans, where if you live downtown in the center of the city, you are only going to live on average to be 55 years old. But if you live in the suburbs, you know, you've got a good chance of making it to your late 70s. What a striking difference. This is third world level stuff, right? So when we start drilling into certain cities in the United States, we see third world levels of life expectancy. The difference is what matters here, right? The difference is what matters. By the way, I looked long and hard for an example in Canada. I can't find one, right? Because this is in many ways, it's not a uniquely American problem, but in North America, it's a uniquely American problem for certain. Here's another thing that helps make communities better: risk communication. So understanding risk is really hard. And I'll give you, you can think about this in your own life. For example, I'll give you a great example. I am Captain Safety, right? I'm running a huge Red Cross. I'm the one that's supposed to talk to you about fire alarms and getting your flu shot and all these things. And so you would think that I am just making all these safe decisions, but I'm not. And do you know why I'm not? Because I'm a human being. And we are terrible at gauging risk. Human beings are awful with risk. Some of us are better than others. We're better than our predecessors from like thousands of years ago, right? Just evolutionary. We're probably better than the folks that didn't make it, but we're not great. And that can look lots of ways for different folks. Like, so I'll give you one of my examples, and I'm so embarrassed to admit this. I'm the kind of person who will be very worried about the safety of my community. And so while I'm in my car, I might occasionally glance at my phone to make sure I'm directing an employee to do something to keep the community safe. How stupid is that, right? Meanwhile, I'm putting everyone around me in cars at risk. Well, this is a normal function of human behavior. It's risk appreciation and risk understanding. It's me saying to my kids, you must wear a helmet on a skateboard. You must wear a helmet on a skateboard. But then I'll say, but you know, it's okay for you to go on a walk about 6 miles around in the neighborhood and go play by the river. There's certainly no danger there, right? So this ability to appreciate risk is really complicated. In a crisis, communities that understand risk fare better than those that don't, and understanding risk has a lot to do with communicating risk. Here's a fun fact that's really exciting. Generally speaking, people who experience adversity on a regular basis, they got a pretty good understanding of risk. They don't need our help. They get it. It can feel at times disconcerting to those of us watching from the bleachers. I'll give you an example. So during Ebola, when I worked in West Africa, during the beginning of the crisis, it was interesting for me to learn and be taught about how the communities I was working in, primarily in the large city, perceived the risk of Ebola. Well, if you've been through 25 years of civil war, if your daily existence is dependent on whether or not you can feed your family, the idea of a viral hemorrhagic fever making you very ill and potentially killing you, even if that fatality rate was in the 20 to 30%, doesn't even come close to the thing you're worried about. Well, fast forward, wear a mask, stay 5 feet away or 6 feet away from people. Put that next to the person that's like, hey, all of that's fine, but I gotta eat today. I gotta eat. right? So how we talk about risk really matters. And in the case of COVID, I think it's very important that we start talking about risk reduction instead of binary yes, no's, right? So COVID can't be about, do we keep schools open or do we keep them closed? Do we go to start business? Do we keep it open? Do we keep it closed? That is a silly way of thinking about this thing. Instead, the question we have to be asking ourselves is, how do we communicate the risks of COVID in our community in such a way that people will take the common sense steps necessary to reduce the risk of transmitting it to someone else? Really, that's where we're at, right? And yes, we probably have to do some regulatory things. You should not have a party with like 20 people at it. There are probably some rules because humans, we do dumb things, right? Pretty consistently. But the other stuff is probably best done through figuring out how to work with communities and talk about risk. Let me move on. The other thing that's really exciting is that communities get stronger when there's an integration of organizations. So I loved hearing the previous presenters talk about how they worked with United Way and they worked with the local community foundations to talk about resilience building in communities. We actually have good evidence that when organizations work together, there's good stuff can happen. Now, I will tell you, I run an organization. I care a lot about social services organizations. Organizations are not some panacea. Communities actually are not made up of organizations. Communities are made up of people. And oftentimes, organizations that work on behalf of communities may have nothing to do with those communities at all. So there's a big cautionary note on this one, which is, if the Red Cross in Indiana said, well, we are experts in the community, I would be laughed out of some communities where I'm clearly not the expert. And so it's really important to understand that some of the organizations that we need to think about integrating may not look like the organizations we're used to. They may not have a meeting with a bell at it. They may not have a CPR instruction component to their meetings, right? The group you may be interested in working with could just be the group of guys that works on their cars on Sunday at the end of the block, or the grandmothers in a community who provide childcare for others informally. Getting into the communities in such a way as to appreciate those as sort of self-organizing forces is really important. All right, this is the big one. I always save it for last. This is the most important factor, social cohesion. I love this picture. This photographer took pictures of people on their phones together and then photoshopped out the phones, providing for us a stark view of what our being together looks like. This was, of course, pre-COVID, right? And how many of us can say that we are guilty of this very thing? I sometimes will see my daughter pre-COVID with her friends, and they are literally full-time just looking at their phones together. And I'll say, are you talking to one another? Is this like augmented reality? Are you all? And the answer is maybe sometimes, but often not. We're together talking to other people, which strikes me as very bizarre. So social cohesion, long written about, long understood. The sort of classic book that popularized this idea around the world was Robert Putnam's famous book, Bowling Alone, which I believe came out in the early 90s. This is this idea that when communities are cohesive, they are able to work together in different ways to combat the adverse impact of a crisis or event, right? It seems almost really simple. The problem is, of course, is that social cohesion is not simple. It is very complicated. And the reason, and so let me give you a really concrete example. I understand it probably doesn't snow a lot everywhere in the Atlantic area, but I'm guessing there is snow and adverse weather. Okay, so when that happens, I can take my block here. It used to snow in Indiana. As a child, we used to have snow. With the changing climate, we have a lot less snow than we used to. I have to now pretty much drive all the way up to the tip of Michigan to reliably cross-country ski. But at any rate, if I know my neighbor, who I can look out my window and see actually on her porch right now, if I say Nancy, I know Nancy, I am more likely to sweep her sidewalk when it snows. We have great science on this. If I've been in Nancy's home, I am more likely to think about her if the power goes out on the block. She is not a person in a home next to me, she's someone I know. How many of you could walk out of your house right now and tell me the name and phone number of everyone that lives around you? Some of you probably could. Most of us, we could not. all right? Especially those of us that live in more dense urban areas. We just don't know how to do that. Now I can come back in on the computer and Zoom someone in Iran, you know, or a colleague in Japan. But if you ask me who lives across the street, I honestly do not know right now. I know they moved in 6 months ago. I think they have a little kid. Why is that a big deal? Well, neighbors are the front line of disaster response. And in a lot of cases, they're the only line of disaster response, because most disasters don't require a fire truck. Did the fire trucks come for COVID? No. People, you know what's the problems people are having with COVID if they're not sick is, I don't have enough to eat. I'm not getting a paycheck. Who's helping then? It's our neighbors. Always, always, always our neighbors. So in big disasters all over the world, we see the same phenomena for hundreds of years, that neighbors organize naturally to help each other in crisis. But it works best when neighbors know each other first. If you don't know your neighbor, it's pretty hard to organize with them. What if just knowing our neighbor was the #1 disaster intervention in the entire planet? I think it is. I think it is. So imagine all those emergency managers, and we're in our cargo pants and our, jungle outfit gear, and we're running around fighting, doing, advanced epidemiological modeling. And at the end of the day, what if I told you, I think really just introducing neighbors to each other could be the key? Well, it can be the key. And you know that, of course, because you are Rotarians, and you understand, I think, intrinsically that the intervention is us. It's us. We're the intervention. So in your meetings, when you're talking to each other, how many people may have come to a Rotary meeting and say, I went to a meeting and yeah, the speaker was okay, but I didn't really get the point of it. And you look at them and say, well, the point of it was being together in large measure. And they might say, well, I'm busy. Why would I take an hour out for breakfast or lunch? Because being together makes us safer. Because once you know someone, how many of you have met someone through Rotary and you said, and it's changed the way you viewed them or something they did, or you've had a shift in your, of course, this is why humans get together in groups. This is the cool thing about being human. Bees don't do that. I mean, they hang out in groups, but do you think that they're like, they're not doing it the way we are? This is the gift we have, right? It matters. Social cohesion matters. So early on in the pandemic, there was this huge need to identify, how do we bring people together? And so you saw a lot of solidarity campaigns, right? We all saw this. Canada, we can do it together. Or if we all stick together. And that's really important, especially when you are worried that the cohesion in communities is fragile. You have to generate solidarity quickly. We shouldn't have to do this. We really shouldn't, but we always do. We always do to some extent. So in the World War I, we had to do it in a big way because we were asking Canadians, Americans, the British and others to suffer at great and enormous expense. And in some ways, we adopted that same attitude. So here are some signs that we used here in Indiana. These were yard signs. Oh my goodness gracious. Could the proliferation of yard signs maybe be the legacy of COVID? Suddenly, yard signs are everywhere. Usually they were reserved for elections. And now we have yard signs that just say things like, I like ham sandwiches, or, who likes corn for dinner? I mean, there's a yard sign for everything. So we jumped in and we made some yard signs. We did them in 9 languages. Those are the languages predominantly spoken in our area. French is a huge one because we have such a large number of Congolese refugees that have been resettled in Indiana. But they're in Burmese and Hakachin and lots of other languages as well. But this idea of this campaign, which was on TV, on the radio, on people's yards, we did murals, was that the thing to do to beat COVID wasn't only staying at home and wearing a mask. Those matter, very important, but also this idea that you should check on your neighbor, right? But do it in a safe way. That's why we have phones. How do we use technology to look out the window and call Nancy and say, hey, I see you. I see you. Are you okay? What a difference that makes. How do you feel when you're seen? You're different. It's a huge, huge force multiplier to keep neighborhoods safe. The other thing we had to do was show people that staying at home, they could still do something for others. It's critical. It's critical that we figure out a way to let people volunteer at home, whether you're sewing face masks, which by the way, we have a lot of people now sewing, something we didn't do since 1918. So we've sewed something like 70,000 face coverings just in Indiana, right? Huge amounts. Why didn't we have all the face coverings ready? See slide number 2. We're never gonna have enough stuff. If we can get communities to come together to help each other, they usually will. So here's how I think about this in the context of my work at the Red Cross, and maybe this is a frame in which you would like to think about it. I invite you to consider the idea that we often think we have to do something. What is the Rotary gonna do? Well, we're gonna end polio. That's a pretty good thing to do. I'm all for that. But there's a thing there, right? We're gonna establish a cold chain. We're gonna get, you know, vaccinations where they're needed. We're gonna get into communities. There's a thing that can be done. And we know it's us because you're gonna see us in our shirts that say the Rotary. Well, we do this at the Red Cross. One of the things that we do is respond to disasters. And whether it's the Croix Rouge in Canada or whether it's here, you see us, we've got our vests on, we look pretty identifiable. We go into communities and we do something. But that's like the basement of community work. It's below the basement. Real community work happens when the community does the work for you because they have bought into what you're doing. You have helped them with tools and skills that they may need. You leverage the strengths that are already exist in that community. And then you leave and then something happens. So this picture is from the California wildfires. And it is a picture of 2 neighbors helping one another. There is no Red Cross person anywhere in this picture. But I put a Red Cross on this picture. And I did that to symbolize that probably the gloves she's wearing came from a comfort kit that we passed out. And why do we give people gloves? Because it's the first step for them to claim back their lives and to help their neighbors. Yes, we could have sent 500 people to go in there and clean it all up for them, but that doesn't feel like it's really building any resilience in that community, right? So how do we be invisible, right? Yet be catalysts for what we want to achieve. This is Hurricane Laura after having hit Haiti. And again, you don't see the Red Cross here. You don't see fire departments. You don't see anything else. You see the very tragic picture, I think, here. You can see the young woman in the bottom left of the screen groaning to pull this mattress, which must weigh just a ridiculous amount now under all of this mud and water from the storm. Neighbors, understand that without a place to sleep, shelter doesn't mean much. This is important. This mattress has to be dried out. They cannot go buy another one, perhaps. They help each other. Was the Red Cross there? No. But were we able to provide early warning to these communities, teach them how to provide early warning to each other so they could be safe, so they could emerge from their homes able to clean up? Perhaps. We know something else about volunteering and working in communities, which is that if you do it, those skills transfer to other things. So I could teach you CPR or first aid, and you may never have to use CPR, but I know something. I know something. If I teach you how to do CPR, you are going to be cooler when something bad happens than before you knew CPR. You're just going to be cooler. You're going to be able to make better decisions during bad conditions. That's pretty cool because the ROI for teaching CPR isn't really huge, right? I mean, we all want everyone to know CPR, but honestly, you don't do it very often. And when you do, the outcomes aren't great. So why bother? Because that skill empowers you to believe you can help others. And is there a better gift we can give people? No. Answer, no, there is not. All right. Small businesses are the key to communities. They always have been and they always will be. This is especially true in the United States, for example, in minority communities. But small businesses are often the least able to bounce back after crisis. So the Red Cross is not here to help this person's business right now in the hours after the flood, but our program, Ready Rating, which for free allows businesses anywhere in the world to do continuity planning online and produce a series of guided questions to allow them to work with their employees to talk about what they would do in a crisis. We can do that and offer that, and we don't have to be front and center. We can let the community use that tool to help themselves. We could do it with food banks. So I've talked a lot. I think I've talked for darn near the whole amount of time. I've saved 2 minutes exactly. As you can tell, I'm slightly passionate about this topic. So what I'm going to do is turn my screen off and ask you if there's anything you wished I had said. If you want to argue with me, I'm happy to do that. I would, of course, never argue with you. I'd probably say you're right and then pivot because I'm a lawyer. But what can I do? I'm so impressed that you are thinking about embarking on community-based participatory models. You clearly have expert advice that you're getting, which is wonderful. And just a real pleasure to be with you today. So I'll stop talking and allow you, if you have questions or comments, to send them my way.
Ted, I think we all wish you were our neighbor. I think I've got that right. And if I was Nancy, I'd be probably running over with cookies and having you over for dinner and talking about social cohesion with you. And you would be pulling down the blinds and saying, oh, here she comes again. So thank you so much. With that 45-minute passionate, authentic presentation, we could all see ourselves in what you said. And I noticed that the chat got really quiet because we were all focused on you and that superb presentation. You hardly ever get them. Each slide was an image, was an idea, and it wasn't 500 words and a little tiny icon. So bravo to actually use that stuff right. We see a lot of presentations in Rotary, and yours will remain in my mind as one of the best I've ever seen and heard. So thank you so much for that. We are all awake. Everybody is going fabulous, that they love you, they thank you, they want to meet with you in person. There's just a lot of very positive things. I did see a really funky one that I just wanted to stop on for a minute about superimposing. Where did that go? What we have to be cautious of is not to superimpose our definition of cohesion on communities we are supporting, but step into the space together. Thank you, Lorianne. I love that concept, and I see Chad is nodding, and I'll give you a solid 1.5 minutes to address that.
No, it's so true. This is the thing with all community work. Part of the hardest part about community work is adopting listening approach and really being willing to spend time. So after the first year, maybe the outcome that you might set for yourself is, after the first year of working in this community, do I feel as though the community believes I understand them? That'd be a great outcome. And how would you measure that? I'd ask, well, I've been coming to your meetings in the community. I've been around. Do you think I'm getting it? And you might be surprised by the results, but that sentiment is 100% correct, without question, 100%.
Sure. Ooh, let me see, I'm going to take a quick scan to see if I got anything else here. Interesting one about risk, just a neat observation from Tom. Risk acceptance and communication comes to play with polio and vaccines. India knows the risks. Canada and the US, we're so far removed from the risk, it seems low, and people are against vaccinations. And I guess when you think about that from, you know, when people were first starting to get vaccinations, we understood the risk. Now here we are 2 and 3 and 4 generations later. The risk seems so remote. I don't need no vaccination. It's going to leave an ugly scar. So an interesting point, risk.
Yeah, and we'll be dealing with this when we have a COVID vaccine, which we will. We will have a vaccine. It'll probably take a couple boosters. And, you know, will anyone take it? You know, about 40% of Americans take the flu shot, 45%, let's say, depending on the state. What do I think we're going to do about COVID? Goodness gracious, we certainly aren't helping ourselves getting ready for it. That is for sure. So these are absolutely really important. You're going to see risk communication play out in real time on the news. You're seeing it right now in the campaign in the United States and really in social unrest around the world. So, well, again, I want to just thank you for inviting me. It's been such a pleasure. Merci de m'avoir invité. I just, you know, wish all of you just the most wonderful of weekends, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chad.
Merci pour ton présentation. It's so good, so good. Woo! All right, we got to. I think Holly is going to show us a video. I think that's the next thing, or from what my notes say, I think that's right. So Holly, I'll let you get that video going.
October the 24th is a very special day. And today we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations and World Polio Day. There is a lot to celebrate. Did you know that Eleanor Roosevelt chaired the committee to establish the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? And much of that planning occurred during her time spent at their summer home on beautiful Campobello Island. The first draft of the Declaration was written by John Peters Humphrey, who was born in Hampton, New Brunswick. He wrote, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights." Let's celebrate that important piece of history. There are over 1,100 UNESCO World Heritage Sites globally, and 10 are in the Atlantic region, 4 in Newfoundland, at the Tablelands in Gros Morne National Park, Lands Meadow National Historic Site, Red Bay National Historic Site, Mistaken Point Ecological Reserve, and 6 in Nova Scotia, Grand Pré Historic Site, the town of Lunenburg, the Joggins Fossil Cliffs, plus 2 biospheres, and a global geopark. We are so proud to announce there are 11 schools in Atlantic Canada seeking the UNESCO World Heritage School status. Hampton School has been recognized as a qualified member. So let's celebrate. For 75 years, Rotary and the United Nations have always enjoyed a strong relationship, and that can be best shown on World Polio Day. So let's celebrate a few of these important milestones. The Philippines was the first country to host a polio eradication campaign, and now they are polio free. This year, Nigeria was declared polio free. Only 2 countries left, Pakistan and Afghanistan. We are in partnership with the World Health Organization, UNICEF, Rotary, and lately the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So much to celebrate. Rotary has an official End Polio Now tulip created by tulip farmer Jan Leachart. It was officially presented to Rotary at the Kerkenhof just outside Amsterdam and is now distributed in Canada through Vesey's. Over 50,000 tulips were planted across Atlantic Canada, and we'll tell you more about that after we hear from our guest. Mike McGovern is chair of the Rotary International Polio Plus Committee. Mike has traveled the world to see firsthand the progress being made with polio eradication. He has met with world leaders and works tirelessly in dedication to the world without polio. Rotary International has recognized Mike with several distinguished awards, and we thank Mike for being a major donor to the Rotary Foundation. We are thrilled to welcome Mike to the land of the End Polio Now tulips, and we look forward to your presentation on polio eradication 2020.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. That was different, and I wonder where you got some of those photographs. So, it's just amazing what's out there. Anyway, great to be with you with so many friends in Atlantic Canada, Northern Maine, Eastern Maine. I've done a number of these today, and it's been very fascinating, very interesting. The last one I was on actually had the son of Jonas Salk, Peter Salk. And it was interesting to see him and to think about the heritage of his father with the vaccine that started all of this 65 years ago and made polio eradication possible. I want to thank Governor John for inviting me. I first met John at a Rotary Leadership Institute session, stellar as well, in the same way. And I kind of knew he might be a governor someday, Stella and others of you, Harriet and others. So it's just wonderful to be with you. So what I want to do is, if I can share my screen. This is good. You have me enabled. I'm impressed. Sometimes it doesn't work so well. This time it is. So what I want to do is give you a little overview of where we are with the eradication of polio, and particularly how we're going to get it done. Because I think a lot of people wonder, what's the end game? What's the hopes of getting it done soon? Because I've been at it so long. First of all, I want to touch a little bit on World Polio Day. This was in Lahore, Pakistan yesterday. John's counterpart as district governor is right there front and center. He led a polio walk on the streets there in Lahore. This was today in Jalalabad, Afghanistan. They had a polio training session, and you can see all of these different folks who were using the this close signal. This is the governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is a Pakistani province that's right on the Afghanistan border. And on the Afghani side is a place called Nangarhar, and both governors met today for the express purpose of expressing cooperation and working together to win polio. And, these things don't happen. And to see it happen, particularly today, is so important. This was last night in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates. And it's some building that has something to do with Formula One. I'm not sure exactly what, but I was actually in Abu Dhabi last November, at which different countries pledged money to end polio, including the United Arab Emirates, where Abu Dhabi is. This was this morning in Bangladesh. Actually attended a meeting this morning in Bangladesh, and I actually found this photo online on Facebook of the Rotarians there had been out on the streets of Naranyaha, whatever it was, Yanga. I didn't pronounce it to them. Doing things. This was in Pennsylvania. They had a polio event there, some sort of a virtual walk. But anyway, back to polio. Directly. This is a poorly taken picture, but I took it. This is a lab in Borno, which is a state in Nigeria. It was in this very room that the last wild polio virus case in Africa was discovered. There was a child who lived nearby, and they brought a stool sample to this lab. They tested it, and there was the wild polio virus 4 years ago. And since then, there haven't been any. These are our polio vaccinators, our community-based vaccinators in that same community. This is actually right across from the lab. And they're all polio survivors. They're people we pay small stipends to, and they're the ones that deliver the polio vaccines. I know a number of you have been on National Immunization Days, and that's wonderful. It provides great support and encouragement, but 99% or more of the vaccines are actually delivered by individuals like these, people who live in the communities, who identify with the communities. And you can see a lot of them have mobility issues. The tricycles, which are those things that you see the wheels in the back, they wanted new ones. And our polio chair for Nigeria was there with me when we visited. This was actually back in 2017. And they said, we want new ones. And okay. So I looked at Tunji, and the logistics would be the responsibility of the Nigerian Polio Plus Committee. And I said, yeah, we'll pay for them. To be able to say that is only because of you folks, only because you gave donations to Polio Plus. And we gave these folks dignity. We're also allowing them to continue to work to help their neighbors, help the children in their community end polio. This is the area that they work. This is a camp for internally displaced people. Again, this was the community where Boko Haram was founded, the terrorist group. They go up and down these alleyways. 60,000 people escaped Boko Haram to live in this particular village. This is the deputy governor of that state. This is in that village. He took us there, and we dedicated a well so that people had clean, safe drinking water. And it was paid for, again, by Polio Plus, the Plus in Polio Plus funds. It's a way of enlisting support in this area, but also in helping to improve health and sanitation to lessen the possibility of polio. If you look to the far right and back of me, there's a man there in a uniform. There were 17 men protecting us with assault weapons while we're there. Actually, I think they were actually protecting the deputy governor. I don't know if they cared about us, but anyway, they were protecting the deputy governor. And the deputy governor, I was in his vehicle leaving, thankfully, because he told us that the day before there were 3 people who had been killed by a suicide bomber at the entrance to this camp. So when you think back to the other picture of those polio workers, you know, I was able to only stay there 20 minutes when they gave the let's move signal. But, you know, those polio workers go back there every day and continue to immunize kids. This was a slum, they call it, although I hate that term. This was a village outside of Abuja. And the man in black, that's Tunji Funcho. Tunji's a Rotarian. He was he is our polio chair in Nigeria. And Time magazine named him 2 weeks ago as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. You know, that's what polio eradication means. It's, you know, sometimes we think, you know, Rotary doesn't get credit. Well, Time magazine, time.com gave Rotary credit, and Tunji, you know, just a wonderful guy, good friend. And he didn't really like the water in the well we were dedicating here, looking at his face. But, you know, I managed to drink it and survived to live another day. And, you know, all these people look pretty happy. Some might wonder, what about women? And, you know, they were standing alongside. In this particular village, the men stand in one place and the women stand in the other, except for Carol Pandak, who works for Rotary, and one other woman who works for WHO. These are our polio vaccinators in Afghanistan. This was World Polio Day 2 years ago. You know, it's we're so dependent on these community-based folks who the mothers and fathers identify with. You know, here they had come together for some training, and you know, I've never visited Afghanistan, obviously with security reasons. It's not the safest place to go, but you know, this is who we rely on. Again, it's not safe. Every vaccination that we do in, you know, through our partners, through those community-based vaccinators, they're accompanied by a man like the one you see in the back here. They're not paid for by polio dollars. They're paid for by the governments there. But you know, security is important. But you know, the reason they're there is because what's in the foreground of the picture. There is a you know, as a polio worker, putting those 2 drops into that little boy's mouth, and you know, that kid won't get polio, and we ought to feel good about that. So, you know, Rotarians, we've been at this now for, you know, you can look at it since 85, 35 years, but you can also look back to the Philippines in 1979. And, you know, people often hear, well, you know, there was a goal of 120 million the first campaign, and then, you know, we raised 240. Well, the reality is, you know, there's been a lot of time since that, and, you know, Rotarians have continued to be generous and to give, and it's now over $1.1 billion. And you say, well, that's a lot of money. But yeah, it's over 35 years. It's 36,000 clubs we have. So everything that every club does is important. My own club has polio cans on the table. People put their spare change in them. And, you know, it adds up. You do something with 35,000 clubs. You know, eventually you meet your goals. You know, the Gates Foundation, you know, they're still matching 2 to 1. They've been doing that since 2006-07. And that's now $980 million US that they've given to Rotary. And they don't tell us how to spend it. Yeah, it needs to go to WHO and UNICEF, but we decide what countries, we decide what programs, all of those different things, as we do for the, you know, the Rotarian donated monies. It was Rotary that brought the Gates Foundation into the partnership. It first came through Bill Gates Sr. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is now the #1 giver to polio eradication. And they have spent over $4 billion. But $1 billion of it they've entrusted to Rotary. I think that says something. You know, they trust us on how we spend the money and advocate. We also try to convince governments. And you know, I know a few of you from the US. The US is the #2 giver after the Gates Foundation. Rotary is 3. But look at Canada here. $630 million US. That's a lot of money. And every government is, you know, I've met Stephen Harper, I've met Paul Martin. I had the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Trudeau. Actually had an extended conversation a couple of years ago with Chrystia Freeman, who's the Deputy Prime Minister. And, you know, Canada's just been terrific. They were the first government to actually give money. So all the Canadians ought to be proud. So what's our impact? That's money. You know, there are 19 million people who otherwise would be paralyzed or not with us if it wasn't for Rotary having the vision to begin this program and to invite other partners alongside. We've immunized 3 billion children. Just think of the logistics. Think of the making of the vaccines, the getting it in place, the convincing of the parents to convince parents of 3 billion children to receive the oral polio vaccine. Last year alone, 430 million children, 40 countries. You know, we still need to immunize as long as it's polio anyway. We see that with the coronavirus. It's, you know, it's a plane ride away, and polio is no different. For wild polio virus, 4 years was the last case in Nigeria. Before that, it was 6 years in Somalia. Other than that, every wild polio virus case has been in Pakistan and Afghanistan. So far this year, there's about 132. Pakistan has one more case than they had at this time last year. Unfortunately, Afghanistan's gone from 18 to 52. The reason with that is that some areas have been inaccessible because of anti-government elements, the Taliban, ISIS, and others, and because, in part, because of the impact of having to suspend vaccinations for a while due to the coronavirus. We also, you know, we've helped with Ebola, we've helped with COVID. In fact, the head of WHO in World Health Organization in Africa said last week that if it wasn't for the polio network, they never would have been ready to respond to the COVID-19 in the manner that they have. You know, this slide, I always debate showing it. You know, in one respect, it's sad because all of the children in these photos got polio. But the other side of the equation is that there's been no child in any of these regions of the world who got polio after these kids. These were the last children who were diagnosed as having wild polio virus in these regions of the world. You know, Europe, this kid, the one in India, Ruchti, I met her a couple of years ago in Calcutta. And nice, sweet, sweet young girl. She's doing fine. She doesn't seem to have any lasting impacts, but it's now 10 years. It was January of 2011 when she came down with polio. The girl in the middle, what a sweet, you know, pretty little girl. Haven't met her, probably never will, but she, sadly, she was the last child in Africa. But you look at that smile, she's doing well, and you just think of the, you know, there were 35, even since we resumed after suspending during COVID, you know, vaccines for a while, we immunized 35 million kids in the last month or two. And, you know, those 35 million kids won't get polio. You know, Yafana Ali did, we pray for her, but I was happy to see her doing well. In our continent, the Americas, this is Luis Furman, the little kid with the red shirt, with a polio worker next to him. This 1991, it's been a long time since we've had a case of wild polio virus in the Americas. Interestingly enough, this was a reunion in 2018, and there's Luis Furman walking towards us under the umbrella, and the man that he's facing is the man that was holding his hand in that picture in 1991. They had a reunion. Luis is doing fine, but you can see he still has some impact from polio, but, you know, he's living a, you know, life, contributing, doing things, and, you know, we're happy that he's doing well. So, you know, where were the money spent that you gave last year or the year before, which we spend the next year? A lot of it's getting vaccines, paying the stipends to those community-based workers. It's what they call the cold chain. It's the coolers. It's the transportation systems. Everything from rent-a-cars to canoes to even camels at times. But anyway, it's all about delivering the vaccines. This is what funds the national immunization days that we see in different countries. Raising awareness, they call it social mobilization. Those are the radio ads, the TV ads, the billboards, all of the activities that try to convince people to put the polio drops in the mouth. We have health clinics that detect disease. They take the samples, they go to the laboratories that we fund. Surveillance is crucially important in making sure we identify cases early and we begin the immunization activities that we need. And we're also buying vaccines. 20% of the money last year went to vaccines. We expect that to rise a little. Just this past week, on October 20th, the trustees of the Rotary Foundation, who take the recommendations from the polio committee, approved grants of $50 million. Again, with monies that you donated, Rotarians around the world. You can see the first 3 bullets, we're still working in Africa. Even though the wild polio virus, it's been certified free, we're still needing to do surveillance. We're still needing to immunize kids. We need to make sure it stays polio free. The worst thing is declare something polio free and then have cases again. Most of the money, though, we're spending is in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And you see, these are all millions of dollars. And this is what's paying for the NIDs. It's paying for the social mobilization. It's what get those drops into the mouths. We're also, this MOPV2 stockpile, you think that's vaccines, 12.3 million. And we're also funding research. It's, there's new innovations all the time. There's a new polio vaccine that's about to come out that will take care of some of what we call vaccine-derived cases. That's supposed to be ready to be approved in the next month or so, and that's doing the job. This woman here, that was in the Philippines in November, and they had an outbreak there of vaccine-derived. You can see Rotarians were hard to work, working with the government, went right to work, and we haven't had a vaccine-derived case there now since January. So what do we need to do? How are we going to get this done? Rotarians will be talking this close, and people wonder, how close are we? We need to continue to advocate to governments of the world. President Holger is here with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He also met with the Army General, and they have indicated 100% commitment to work with us, to work with the partners to eradicate polio. It's raising of money. It's stopping these vaccine-derived cases, and those aren't, the people who get those aren't getting them who take the vaccine. The ones who get them are ones who take no vaccine. They don't do their routine immunization. Their immunity systems are awry. And unfortunately, when kids that get the vaccine, the live vaccine, the oral one, secrete it, it hits the ground, it mutates slightly, and people that have very low immunity rates pick up that little smidgen and unfortunately get it. And there's actually more cases of those this year than there are of the wild polio virus. Most of all, it's all about convincing parents. People say, I go to many meetings, and my view is zero in on what the real issue here. The real issue is we need to convince parents and leaders to have their kids receive the oral polio vaccine. Country by country, that's how we've accomplished it. That's how it's done. We've had issues with social media and some politics in Pakistan. That seems to be resolving itself. But we had some setbacks. But in Afghanistan, we've got the Taliban, we've got ISIS, we have areas tribal areas that the government doesn't control. And even though when we can get to houses, there aren't refusals, but in the tribal controlled areas where the government's not involved, the leaders there have banned house-to-house vaccinations. And while Rotary itself doesn't talk with the Taliban, some of our partners do, and it's a tricky situation. We have met. You had 2 or 3 meetings last year, and maybe at the beginning of this year, with the people in the U.S. government who have actually been negotiating with the Taliban in Qatar, Doha, Qatar. And they're very receptive to raising these issues of health security and polio. And we're hopeful that something's going to let loose. But in the end, it is all about convincing the mothers, the fathers, and I'm sorry I put myself in this picture, but someone else took it. But I love this picture, not because I'm in it, because of this woman. And you look at her smile. She came into a health clinic. We were doing a little polio event. I look at it, I do immunizations, but to be honest, they're photo ops, they're things they arrange for local publicity. Stella and others have actually done NIDs. I do events, but anyway. But we went there, and there was the cameras and all that, and they all left. And right as we put files back in the refrigerator, a woman runs it, and all concerned that she was late. and she had left work, gone home and get the baby, and then had come over, and she had just had this baby like a month before. And she, I want to get my kid immunized. So we got the vials out. I put the 2 drops in, and then someone snapped this picture. And you know, if every mother felt about polio vaccines the way this woman did, you know, we would have ended polio last year or the year before. You know, we need more mothers like this. And you know, to me, this is what it's all about. It's about saving the children, protecting the children. And you know, Rotarians have been at this a long time. You know, we've been patient, although we're anxious. We've been persistent. I imagine we're going to continue to be persistent. But mainly, you know, there are just so many Rotarians in the world who have the passion to get this done. You know, it's people ask, you know, is it a tough job, Mike, to chair the polio effort? You know, particularly after taking the place of someone like Bob Scott. And you know, my answer to everyone is, you know, it's in many respects, it's one of the easiest jobs in Rotary because there's so many Rotarians who have the passion for polio eradication. You know, it's so important we get this done for the children of the world. It's so important we get this done so that Rotary can move on to other aspirations, other visions, and other dreams. And it's so important to get it done because we made a commitment to the world that Rotary would lead an effort to eradicate polio. So I thank you. It's you know, great to be with you today. I congratulate Governor John on the district conference, on trying the virtual and setting, and that seems to work well. And also wish you all well. I know you're doing a district merger, and you know, those things are never easy. But at the same time, you know, you meet new friends, you meet new people, and I have the honor of knowing many of you from both districts. And those of you that don't know each other, you're going to meet some great new friends. And anyway, thank you. Great to be with you.
That was powerful, and we have a thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for that wonderful presentation. Your words of inspiration are fabulous, and all that accurate, current information, that's so important for us to know. Thank you very, very much. And many thanks from all of the Rotarians who are joining us here this afternoon. World Polio Day was established in 2014 and marks the 100th anniversary of Jonas Salt's birth. Dr. Jonas Salt at the University of Pittsburgh developed a polio vaccine in 1955 after many years of research and development. And did you know Dr. Leon Farrell at the University of Toronto, she developed a method to mass produce the vaccines in 1953. And it was tested in Canada, United States, Finland. It involved 20,000 doctors, 60,000 educators, 220 volunteers, and 1.8 million school children, mostly grade 2 and 3. Thus, it was proven to be safe for the world to use. Now, those are big numbers. Speaking of big numbers, let's talk about tulips. This year, we had 70 super sellers. These were Rotarians that sold 10 boxes of tulips each, and some sold almost 30 boxes. Many thanks for a job well done. 48 Rotary clubs in Atlantic Canada sold 2,034 boxes of tulips, and there were 25 bulbs in a box. So, doing the math, that's 50,850 bulbs. Next spring, you'll be able to see Atlantic Canada from outer space when all those yellow tulips bloom the first week of July. I wonder how much we made. Let's give Ron a call. I think he'll know the profits. Hi, Ron. Just wondering if you know the profits from the sales of the End Polio Now tulips. You're right. Vesey's is generous. So our profit was $15.74 per box. And we sold 2,034 boxes. So doing the math, what is that? $32,015.60. Oh my goodness. What would that be in US dollars? Because we're dealing with the foundation. So that's $25,405.26 US. Just a minute, Ron. My phone's ringing. I've got to take this. Hi, Robbie. How are you? Nice to hear from you. Oh, you've got Jill with you. Oh my. So when both of the foundation chairs call, I guess I have to think that this is something important. What's going on? Oh my, that is great. 13,000 from both districts. And is that in US dollars? Okay, we'll add that to the profit of our tulip sales. And I'll get back to you and let you know what the profits will be at the end of the day. Thanks. Ron, that was Robbie Giffen, and he's got Jill with him. And the foundation had a meeting, and they decided to give the district designated funds, $13,000 from that fund to us to help us with our campaign. That's pretty good. So what would that be now? $25,405.26 plus $13,000 comes to $38,405.26 US. Isn't that good? Oh, just a minute now. Sorry, Ron, got to take this call. Hello? Stella, how are ya? Oh, it's been a while since we talked. What's going on? Yes, I did hear from Robbie and Jill, and they were telling me that they were giving money to the sale. Oh, really? So the World Fund of the foundation will match that $13,000 from the DDF money. Oh, so $26,000. That's pretty good. Stella, thank you so much for all the work you do as a district zone director, and for all the work that you do for Rotary and that personal trips that you take to polio immunization trips. That's wonderful. We're pretty lucky to have you in our clubs. Thank you so much, Stella. Okay, talk to you later. Bye-bye. Well, Ron, that was Stella. And we've now got another $13,000. So if we have the money from the tulip sale and $13,000 from the DDF fund, and the World Fund gives $13,000, what does that come up to? $51,405.26 US. Wow, that is one big number. Oh my goodness, we had so much fun selling those beautiful tulips from Holland and telling all the people about their success with polio eradication. I think we should set next year's target at 3,000 boxes. What do you think? Just a minute. My other phone's ringing again. Hello? Hello, Bill. Hi, Melinda. How are you? Yes, I can hear both of you. You must be on speakerphone, are you? Well, good to hear from you. Well, you just called on the right day because we're talking about that right now. Yes, well, last year was the first year we sold the tulips in Canada, and we're pretty lucky that we have contact with Vessies, and they have the rights to sell the N. polio tulips in Canada. So their staff in Holland makes the contact and cares for the quality control, and we sell the tulips in June and July. They ship them by sea come September, and we plant them on or before World Polio Day. And we have a great working relationship with Vessies, and all of the profits go to polio. They are a very generous company. Our contact is John Barrett, and he just happens to be a Rotarian. So I think that I can't believe what you're telling me, Bill, that you're going to take our profits, $51,405.26, and you're going to double match that? Well, that is wonderful news. That will bring our total to $154,215.78 US. Can you imagine what that's going to do for polio? Thank you so much. You are very kind and very generous. My friends, that's how it works. When we raise money and we have partners that match the funds, we are super successful. So you get out there and you tell that story of how much money the tulips raised this year. And next year, we're going to sell 3,000 boxes and we're going to have more clubs involved and it's going to be a great day. Bye-bye.
Wow, Pam, forget Meryl Streep. We have Pam Harrison. That was amazing. It was like a movie. It was like the plot line kept crescendoing. That was amazing. Wow. Okay, a little bit speechless for the moment. Cried a little bit. Laughed, I cried. It was huge. It was huge. Give me that total again. Pam, can you take yourself off mute and tell us that total one more time? Oh, Alt A. If you hit the keyboard, the Alt key and the letter A, that'll take you off mute. There she goes. Tell us that total again. It's worth hearing twice.
Well, you know, just a second while I bring it up here on my screen.
Oh, you can make it up. None of us really had it in our heads, but it was like 51,000. Then it became like this huge number.
Yeah, well, that's right. We started out and then you just double and double and double, and so it just became something wonderful. And so I think that it's $154,215.78 is the total with the Gates number. Yeah.
Woo! We bask in the glow. Stella's got the tulips behind her. This is amazing. Like, I'm looking at all the comments. Everybody's losing their marbles. The power of one, the fantastic video. What an End Polio Now co-chair Pam Harrison is. Stella comes right up behind on a very fast driving horse, 7820, and we passed the finish line a couple of times and went back and crossed it again. Fantastic, fantastic. Whew. Mike McGovern, that was one of the best presentations on polio I've ever seen. It was energizing. It was photos from today, photos from yesterday. It is a long battle. We've been hearing about it for a long time, and I don't know about everybody else, but we're ready to put the armor on and keep on fighting that fight, a drop and a purple pinky at a time. So thank you for giving us the energy to keep on going. Thank you so much. Can you believe we're at the end of our conference? Can you believe that day went by so fast? Holy smokes, my hair's all blowed back. Anyway, it blows the wrinkles off, so that's a good day. I'm going to turn the floor over to Darren Hansen and Alex Twelves.
Sorry, we have an announcement from Stella as well.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Stella, take it away, girl.
Oh, thank you. Well, first of all, Pam, fantastic job. That was so cool. And it's been a great pleasure working with you. You truly are a polio champion. But you were asked to donate some money to polio for the conference. And I can tell you that between District 7810 and District 7820 for the month of October have raised $4,000. So that will be matched by Bill and Melinda Gates at 2-to-1. So that will be $12,000 as a result of the conference. So thank you very much. And it really has been a pleasure to be a part of this today. So thank you all.
Wow, the good news just keeps coming in with Pam and Stella. Thank you both so much for that information. Woo, we are ending on a very high note. Very hard for Darren Hansen and Alex Twelves, our incoming district governors. I guess we'll say the last of their line in 7810 and 7820, because we're going to merge together soon and become one. So I will turn the floor over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Miriam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So I don't know about you, but if last year it had been suggested that we scrap the conference and move everything online, I think I would have been somewhat unenthusiastic. But I'm sure you'll not be surprised to learn that I've now changed my mind, because this really was a very inspiring conference, and in so many ways better than we could have ever arranged in person. To start with, I want to recognize all of you, over 200 beautiful people from across Atlantic Canada, and indeed around the world. This sets new standards for conference participation and diversity. The other major achievement that struck me as I listened to the environmental breakout session this morning is that this conference has a major saving on carbon emissions compared with our usual in-person conferences. And on top of all of these advantages, the money we're saving by not buying travel, food, and venues can now be channeled towards eradicating polio and all of the other Rotary investments that make a difference in our communities. So well done you for using this morning and this afternoon to make the world a better place. And in addition to you, the delegates, I'm sure you'll agree that we've been blessed with genuinely world-class presenters. I don't have time to mention them all by name, but I'm sure you'll agree that we've been humbled by the quality of these speakers and the work that they're doing in their areas of expertise. And I'm sure we're all particularly grateful for the impact they have by sharing their passion with us today. And I really also want to thank the inspiring work of the people who made this landmark conference such an amazing success. The conference committee was led by Bob Stokes, who spent many evenings on Zoom and led the tireless work behind the scenes of a highly effective committee. And I particularly want to appreciate the contributions of, well, you, Miriam, our wonderful host, who kept us simultaneously informed and amused. I could listen to you all day. Holly Thompson, behind the scenes, our technical guru, who made the Zoom magic just seamless. Committee Secretary, Barb Kierstead, Treasurer, Eugene Craig, Program Coordinators, Evelyn Schaller and Rita Ebbert, the family team of Christina and Lorraine Ennis on communication and the environment, Martine Babineau on website and communications, Jareen Robichaud on the Indigenous relations, Gillian Gibson on La Fondation, and Benjamin Adekunle on diversity. And of course, our wonderful sponsors. And so with that, I'd like to hand over to my friend and DGE for 7810, Darren Hansen, for some closing thoughts about the road ahead. Darren.
Thanks very much, Alex. I won't take too much time. We're at the end of our conference, and I would just like to echo Alex's remarks, thanking everybody for a fantastic conference, all of the organizers, everybody who has attended today. As we look forward to July of 2022 and the birth of District 7815, oh, phone going. I would just like to say this conference is a fabulous example of what we can accomplish together. Alex and I are already focused on working together in preparation for District 7815. Our plan for next year is to have all district committees working together between our two districts, District 7810 and 7820. This is going to help us get ready for 22 and hit the ground running. Great things are ahead for District 7815. The one thing I would say that kind of sums it up, our plan, the vision statement that's been established in our redistricting committee for 7815 is that Rotary and District 7815 will inspire diversity, collaboration, friendship, and service. And I think that says it all for where we're going with District 7815. We are going to be a model district for others to follow. We have seen this year with the pandemic that we are able to adapt, and that Rotary is adapting to meet the needs of our communities. And we can see that with things such as the disaster relief grants that were established this year. And the changes we embrace, like this virtual conference, is what's going to help keep Rotary healthy and relevant for years to come. Our next conference planning is already underway. We actually have two conferences that Alex and I are working on together. Our original plan was for a large in-person multi-district conference in May of 22, and that is still going to happen, and plans are underway for that. But we also realized that that was probably too big a gap between this conference and the one of May in 22. So we are going to again be having a virtual conference in May of 21 for districts 7810 and 7820, and that work is already started. So look for that and be ready for our next virtual conference in May of 21. The last thing that I would add, and it's been said many times, but it is important, please fill out the survey that you are going to get at the end of this conference. That's going to help Alex and I and our team a lot in the planning of our next conferences so that we deliver a product to you that is interesting and engaging. So again, thank you to everybody for a fantastic conference.
Wow, what great words to end on. I think, Darren, last I saw you, you were disguised as Yoda, and I will say wise you are, articulate you are, and a great way to end the conference for us to think about the future, thinking about going forward, because Rotarians are people of action, and this is already done, so we got to plan the next thing. That's exactly how our minds work in Rotary. Thank you so much. Holly, I will leave it to you to do the last minute technical cleanup, and then everybody can go off and have their gin and tonics, dark and stormies, champagne, red wine, white wine. Have a nap.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Miriam. It's great working with you today. Just a reminder, if the conference team can stay on for just a 5-minute quick little wrap up. Otherwise, not. Good night. Well, I guess it's still afternoon. Good day, everyone. It's been a long day.
Well done. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Great job, conference team. Thank you.
Yeah, best conference ever.
It definitely was a great conference. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, my phone
Wonderful
didn't ring
job.
all day, but of course my phone was going to ring as soon as I had to say something.
Well, why not?
Thank you for having a landline. For somebody who works at Bell Alliance, I'd like to say thank you for having a landline.
Oh, we'll just wait for. It says if everyone signs off here.
Nobody wants to go. Everybody's like, still wants to talk about Chad, and then, oh, talk about the polio, and oh, the breakout sessions were so good, and Doug and Louisa gave us so much to think about, and I didn't have any lunch, or I had lunch, of course, because I would have gone all hangry without lunch, that's for sure. That day flew by. Holly, can you believe it?
It did. So I'm just gonna, with this, a couple more here to go.
Yep.
Take my.
It was a great conference. My disappointment at not being able to meet face to face has been alleviated. Thank you very much. Everything's fine.
Awesome. Thanks, Marilyn. I'm glad that you found so much joy today.
Really great conference. Enjoyed the speakers.
Thanks, Marilyn.
I'm just going through here, just almost.
Thank you.